idea where I was or where I was going. Suddenly the plane started to shake violently, and I heard a loud noise coming from the engine. In the distance, I could see a huge storm cloud coming towards me. I tried to communicate with the pilot, but I couldn't hear him over the sound of the engine. The plane began to dive, and suddenly I felt a huge jolt. I looked out the window again and saw that the plane was heading for some kind of structure. I closed my eyes and felt the plane crash. I felt the impact and heard the screams and cries from the people around me. I then woke up, my heart pounding and my body drenched in sweat.
Congratulations, we've finally caught up. The house is now just the same as it ever was, showing we finally did it. Except that flower painting now isn't. What an interesting picture. And the doors are back, so you could leave. Which, at this point, would be silly. Why would we do that when we can take this rabbit hole as far as we can go? Before you ask, no, this doesn't open until you get all the items. Somewhere new, at long last. Nowhere to go but the road, I suppose. The long, winding road. What's that over there? This song, of course. And this crashed car seems to lead to an American gas station. Got a good feeling about this. This music too. Reminds me of a brawl I had once. Inside the store you can find the final item, an Atari 2600 controller. There's not much else here to see. A bus stop and a lit up sign. So the only thing we can do now is follow this trail of blood to this last room. Oh. Oh god. Please don't tell me that store was the house again. You know what? It's fine. Because now we have all the items. And now the Mirror World painting has something to show us as well. Very interesting. So we leave, and sure enough, the fence opens in the same, if mirrored, place, and in we go. It's a long road back to the station, and you could miss it, being the map is flipped around, because the car isn't here anymore. There's a tiny torch instead. But it leads to the gas station all the same. Maybe not all the same. I try and poke around a bit, and there is a rocket launcher in the storeroom. Oh, very nice. Why am I being given a rocket launcher? There's no way past the tape into the rest of the store or into the house bathroom. So we'll go where we need to. Sure enough, standing out by the sign, we can see the smoke above the trees. And hidden between all of them is a little camp area. You can actually go here in the regular world, but there's nothing here. Meanwhile, we have some carving on the tree. S plus A. What the? Get out of here, no! What the hell? I can't go back. Huh? Wait. What is that? Congratulations on achieving Ending 2. No, really, this is an ending. You might have some questions, but fortunately, there's another dream to tell you about.
February 26, 2023. I can no longer tell what elements of this map are my friends, which are mine, and what the map has created. I am no longer afraid that the map is creating itself. It needs me as much as I need it, which reminds me of a dream I had the other night. I'm not sleeping much, but I recall this one with surprising clarity. I was standing on a beach, staring out at the placid water, the ocean stretching out as far as the eye could see. Seagulls cawed overhead, and the gentle caress of water lapped the sand in front of me. I dipped my toes into the water. At least I tried. There was no water, no ocean. It was an illusion. I realized everything around me was fake. The trees, the birds, the sand. It was all a one-act play, and I was Willy Loman, a damned fool who believed in something greater, but there was no happiness to be found. I wandered the set only to find myself staring into oblivion. It was the end of time itself. No joy, no misery, no sadness, only emptiness. Men of faith tell us the afterlife is for eternity, but is it possible to keep your sanity for eternity? A day passes in the void, a month, a year, 2, 5, 10. Is this an eternity? 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. I've sat in this room for 1,000,000 years now, entertaining the same thoughts, pondering the same questions, and ruminated on every mistake in my life, anguishing over them for centuries. 1,000,000,000 years now, double that, now double it again. I'm still nowhere close to the end of eternity. I pray for death, but it never comes. Just me and my thoughts and my mistakes and my insecurities and my regrets and my loneliness. Somewhere in another dream, the version of myself that winked back is sitting on the real beach, happy and content, knowing that life is finite, there is no afterlife, and happiness is found in the small things around us that we can control. Happiness has to be fought for.
Time to fight for your happy ending. Once you lower the entrance to the fake beach, it's time to get running. Escape from the shadowy archvile, who is basically unkillable. You can stun them pretty easily, but it's easier to just run and never stop. They will teleport and chase you, even into the mirror house, where they'll start resurrecting the dead monsters, so we're going to have to flee to the regular world pronto, which is now repopulated too, and has archviles as well, but fortunately normal ones that we can kill by carefully peeking in and out of sight of their attacks. I probably should have just BFG'd them, but I felt proud when I did it, until I saw outside. It's worse when you open the door. Before we leave, go back up to the attic and look into the mirror. The shadowy archvile has taken the spot where the Christmas bauble used to be. How ominous. Getting out of the house is tricky. I like to do a lap around the house to get them infighting and thin their number a little. I also want to stock up slightly with these items, but not really fight them. Our battle isn't here. We need to hit the road again, which, by the way, has one last dream to mention.
I was driving along a road in the woods when all of a sudden my car veered off the road and crashed into a tree. I woke up to find myself in the driver's seat with an injured and bleeding leg. My head was spinning and I felt disoriented. I dragged myself out of the car and hobbled my way through the woods in hopes of finding help. My leg was in agony and I felt like I was going to faint. Through the trees, I saw the lights from a lonely gas station. I was relieved to find it open, but then I realized there was nobody there. I had no idea where everybody had gone. As I was standing there, I heard some strange noises coming from the woods around me. I was too scared to investigate, so I just stood there, feeling scared and alone. Suddenly, I heard a car in the distance, and I limped towards it. Thank goodness. It was a taxi driver who was able to take me to the hospital. I eventually woke up in a cold sweat, not sure if I was relieved or disappointed that it was just a dream.
And with that, there's only one last fight left for us. The gas station is surrounded by monsters from all sides, and a spider mastermind sitting atop the courtyard roof. It's a tough fight, but happiness has to be fought for. Hold on a second, guys. I just need a quick break. Oh, very nice. And here is the true ending. The one secret finally discovered to tell you that this is the end. This beach is real. Actual peace is here for you. And if the dog in the maze survives, then they join you on this beach as well. To cap everything off, the nightmare is finally over. You've completed my house and can relax knowing there's nothing else left to see. Well, actually, what if you collected all the items, unlocking the secret passage in the yard, but then burned the house down anyway? What if you fought your way through the burned out house again, the brutalist maze, went through the airport that has no plane, but you still fall back down into the now destroyed house? What if you did all of that, left the house, and then opened the fence passage? This isn't an ending, but it is a little secret for you. My phone couldn't read this QR code, but fortunately, someone very kind and clever in the Doomworld forums transcribed the code into something readable, which takes you to a new hidden photo in that Google Drive. An obituary for Steve Nelson. Steve died on the exact same day that Tom died, August 3rd, 2022. What does this mean? Does it mean that Steven's spirit made this Doom map as his last connection to the outside world? Is this meant to be some metatextual statement on the death of the author? I don't have a sole definitive answer, and I'm not sure one really exists for me. But this does open up some interesting rabbit holes. Was it actually Steve who wrote the journal? Rereading the journal after discovering this, it suddenly struck me how rarely names are used, instead using my childhood friend or just my friend when referring to who I presume to be Tom. It's only in February 2023 where Thomas is finally named and positively identified as the person who started the map on the floppy disk, which I guess the forum post also confirmed. Steve isn't named anywhere in here, which might support the idea that he's the one writing it. At first though, I wondered if the vagueness of the journal meant there was a third person who wrote it. Who would that be? A, of course. The journal mentions the love of their life, and the obituary confirms Steve did indeed tie the knot at some point. The journal implies that their love is no longer with them too. Could the journal be by A talking about Steve? This might be an answer for those wanting to reject an ethereal origin for this mod. However, this is leaving out an important detail from the obituary. Steve is survived only by his closest relatives, and not by any spouse. So either they had separated, or their partner had already passed away. You might be able to see where I'm going here. I think A might be Tom. His last name is Allard, A for Allard perhaps. If they were close, even as friends, it wouldn't be hard to see them having nicknames for one another. The obituaries further support this too, the fact that both of them married their old school crushes, and that they went to the same high school. The fact Thomas moved back to the same town to be with the person they married. Tom too is also not survived by a spouse, despite being married. And the fact they're both sharing a celebration of life and funeral service at the same place, date, and time. So, yeah, I think they're together. The obituaries don't mention how either died, merely that Stephen passed away and that Thomas died in his home. I've heard there's an entire lexicon of euphemisms that obituaries use to talk about the recently deceased, but I don't know if I'm privy to such things. Anything I could derive, further than I already have, would merely be a baseless assumption, from here or in the map. But you might wonder then what this whole mod was about. If at the end our big twist was our author too was dead, and this was a tribute made for romantic love rather than just friendship. Well, I'm sure I don't need to point out the signs of a potentially difficult childhood that appear throughout this map and its supplemental material. It's hard to know exactly who owns what here, however, I'd say some things feel particular to Stephen. For instance, there's the hospital. Thomas still has all of his close relatives together, but Stephen apparently lost his father sometime before his death. So, are we reliving his father's death here? No idea why he died, though I remember the pill bottle. Curious. His mother also has 3 different last names mentioned within the obituary, which might imply a difficult upbringing for the boy. The level itself is full of moments that could represent other events or memories, but I'd like to repeat one last bit from the journal instead. For a short time, you brought a little happiness to this painful existence called life. That's my read on things. A tribute to a difficult life which love briefly illuminated, made from beyond the grave by a grieving partner's cursed soul. You might disagree. It's intentionally vague, and I think its opaque and confusing nature is part of the point to illustrate trauma. So why not play it for yourself? Explore its many corners, read these documents, and see what conclusions you draw. Maybe the airport is Tom coming back home to Illinois. Maybe the frisbee is Stephen's love of frisbee golf. For me though, it's interesting this all started with sharing a house on a floppy disk. When 2 people begin to share a house, when one moves in with another, what do each of them bring into it? If I had $1 for every time a horror game revealed itself to be a gay love story at the end, I'd have $2. And my local bakery still wouldn't accept them for a sausage roll. Some of you may be wondering about the account of Veg on Doomworld, and it may shock you to know that Veg is a real user. Real in the sense that this account has been open since 2004, then seemingly left in 2006, before coming back in September of 2022. Their posts and updates on Doomworld mirror what's said in the journal perfectly, with dates lining up and everything. Veg never dropped their character, even for a second. I can say character now, right? We all understand the healthy lines between fiction and reality, correct? There is actually a bit of, to use a technical term, hoo-ha in the forums about the identity of the author, or authors, where the clues have been left in places like anagrams or even in the thread itself. However, to be totally blunt, I don't care to chase up on such things. Either the creators come forward, or they don't. What matters to me is the time I had playing this. I did not expect one of my favourite gaming experiences of 2023 to be a Doom map. Playing through my house has been like I've had a spell cast on me, utterly entrancing me and convincing me to keep playing, keep digging into its secrets. I've spent hours in this little map of 10 minutes of playtime, and longer still just thinking about it. Not only the details of its narrative, but how genius its design is. A lot of this has already been discussed at length by people inside the Doom World thread, which I highly recommend you read for yourself. Those people in there know Doom much better than I do. But I want to bounce off the pages and pages of discussion that's already there and say how incredible it is that this feels like a full Doom horror map rather than just a horror mod that happens to run in Doom. All elements of its design are rooted in rules very familiar to fans of Doom 1 and 2. Solving mazes, running past lines which trigger new things in the map, such as opening new passageways, even the effect of running in circles around a map, collecting keys to open doors, or in this case, making the door appear once again. This is the language of Doom, and this mod takes it and twists the familiar words to be understandable but also terrifying. It is that uncanniness that stems from that familiarity that makes it work so well with the presentation of the entire game. One thing I haven't mentioned that's inside the Google Drive is the actual myhouse.wad, a much smaller map that, if you play, it's just the basic loop of the regular house. Or the first house, I suppose. No weirdness, and even beating underhalls takes you forward to the gauntlet. Although there is actually one key difference. You're a different height. Actually, it'd be more accurate to say that in the PK3 version of the game, you're taller. The WAD doesn't change your height from the default. You might not notice it in the context of the house. You feel at a regular human height for these objects. Maybe the reason why this change was made. But you don't end at the house, do you? You're still a different height when you go through underhalls. Given how many times a Doom player may have gone through underhalls over the years, especially a community dedicated to Doom, that uncomfortable feeling of something not being right might be hard to shake and even harder to pin down. I didn't even know where else to mention this, but is it any coincidence that the game takes you into underhalls? An early Doom 2 level featuring a house. There's nothing off about it, but after going through all you saw in Expedition 1, can you really feel for sure that that is the case? Everything about this map works to get itself under the skin by being just a little bit off. That subtle change of the player height, the weapons animations swapping out, playing with the music that people expect to hear in these maps. Even the doors! How iconic is the Doom door opening sound? And this game even manages to flip that on its head. It takes the ultimate familiar and reliable space that is Doom and creates points of alienation to remove feelings of security when playing it. Playing a simple mod based on a player's house. Even if you've never played classic Doom before, I think this can have an effect on you. After all, you do one loop of the house before anything weird happens, and then your loops to grab keys become wider and stretch into the impossible. Then there's also the extraneous references in the game. Shrek, the backrooms, and the many inspirations from the liminal space online movement. Some of you may have rolled your eyes when you saw them, but what if I told you they were actually very smart? See, Doom has had maps and mods made for a very long time, and in a manner not dissimilar to how online communities in these horror spaces continue to make their own spins on the core elements of their chosen movement. Multiple online versions of the backrooms and liminal spaces exist, with all kinds of ways to experience them, from art to video to game. Shrek, existing in here, as crazy and pretentious as this will sound, draws a connection between these movements and Doom modding. He is a meme. He's everywhere. Has been for an ungodly amount of time. And chances are if a new meme or online movement comes along, Shrek will be put inside it at some point. But Doom modders have been putting personal Easter eggs inside their maps for years. It's never been uncommon to see something out of place in someone's map. Something that probably meant something to the map author. It's a small piece of personal expression, not unlike someone putting Shrek inside their horror work. It might sound like I'm stretching, but when you see Shrek, you know it's artificial. Your mind immediately knows that what you're playing is constructed, and you'll think of the author, something that this map is asking you to do constantly. Okay, I might be focusing a bit too much on this, but bear with me for this last point. What I like most about this connection is that it feels like a celebration of Doom modding. This year, Doom turns 30 years old, and 30 years on, this game is still getting community support, and the set rules of this game are still changing in radical ways people never thought of, but it's also adapting, changing with the times. Even amidst all the changes in gaming, technology, and even the wider cultural and political landscape, there has always been Doom modding happening alongside it, and while being influenced by what's happening around it, it's never been slowed or discarded or abandoned. Doom can adapt itself to these modern internet trends like putting on a new glove, and still make an impact when it does so. Doom can be anything, from the simplest shooter maps to strange new experiences that people haven't seen before. In the truest sense of the word, this map shows that Doom really is eternal. There's one more detail from the journal I'd like to close on. It's a flimsy observation, but bear with me anyway. In the text are 3 numbers highlighted in red. In order, they are 2, 3, 1. I don't see any connections between the journal entries they are attached to, and the number means nothing in the context of the map. So I googled Doom 231 and found a music track from OC Remix. OC Remix numbers its tracks sequentially, so the fact it's a Doom song specifically at number 231 feels like a pretty extraordinary coincidence. The song itself is a remix of Sign of Evil from Doom 1, and I can't help but think when listening to it that it may have been an inspiration for the creation of the whole map. Even if I'm wrong, and it wasn't that big an inspiration, it's a nice song anyway. It really makes me feel happy. Thank you for watching this long delayed video. I've been in not the best shape while working on this, and to be honest, playing through this map over and over again wasn't helping matters. Then I got sick on top of that, again, I know, which delayed things further. Production was pretty difficult anyway. I made some of the ambience for sections of this video by stretching some of Doom's songs and layering different versions together. It was a lot, but I had fun, and I'm glad it's now here for everyone. And an extra special thank you to all my patrons. Your support and your patience humbles me. So now, let's get into questions. What were your thoughts on House of Leaves? In particular, did you read it in any specific manner? I adore House of Leaves. It's not often I think about rereading a book that I've just finished reading. I personally read the entire main story first and only read the appendices once I finished the Novitzin record, with the exception of the Pelican poems. For some reason I couldn't even tell you. I think this is why I'm curious to go back, as I took the words written at their face value, without any other context. But now I have read the appendices, I want to see how I now view the narrative as presented. Let me take this moment to give a heartfelt recommendation to read House of Leaves for anyone who's still watching. Despite its reputation, it's quite an approachable book, and you can get in the swing of its layout and style very naturally. Don't be put off by the look of it, or me talking about appendixes. It may have taken me 2 attempts to read through it, but that's only because I first tried reading it while traveling. And that's a bad idea for a book you need to flip and turn and read back and forth. Reading in the comfort of your own home is best. If my honeyed words aren't enough for you, there is an excellent video by Cloud Cuckoo Country on House of Leaves and ergodic literature as a whole, and he can give you a basically spoiler-free review and primer to read this book yourself. He also talks about other books like House of Leaves, which I actually have a couple of on order right now. I'll put a link to his video in the description below. One last thank you to you all, and I'll see you next time.
So I was doing a book signing the other day, and somebody came up to me and said, "You gotta do a video on the chili queens of San Antonio." And I was so intrigued by that phrase alone, the chili queens of San Antonio, that I decided, yeah, I do need to do a video on that, so here it is. And with that, I am making a Texas-style chili using a recipe from 1910. So thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this video as I talk about chili and its Texas queens, this time on Tasting History. The immensely quotable Will Rogers once called chili con carne a bowl of blessedness. And while I agree, I wonder exactly what type of chili Will Rogers was talking about, because there are so many variations on this dish and everyone seems to think that their variation is the right one. But nobody is so vehement as the Texans when it comes to their chili being the right version, so I am making a Texas-style chili. This recipe comes from the first producer of chili powder, the Gephardt Chili Powder Company. Cut 2 pounds of beef into 1/2 inch squares, add about 2 ounces chopped tallow, then salt it. Heat 2 tablespoons of lard, add to this a small-sized chopped onion. When the onion is about half done, add the meat. Stir well until the meat is separated and white, then let steam over a rather hot fire, stirring frequently until the juice of the meat is boiled down. And when it starts to fry, add about 1 1/2 pints of hot water, 3 tablespoonsful of Gephardt's Eagle chili powder, and a few buttons of chopped garlic. Stir well and let simmer until meat is tender. So this recipe is pretty basic, which is how most old recipes for chili are, and again, since I don't want a bunch of angry Texans, I have opted for one that does not include beans actually in the chili, because Texans do not put beans in their chili today. Though if you look back through history, most of the recipes from the 19th and early 20th century, at least a good deal of them, actually include the beans in the chili even when they are from Texas. Let the fighting commence in the comments. Another fight-inducing thing about chili is exactly where it came from. Is it American or is it Mexican? And I actually tend to fall on the side of it being Mexican because it probably got its form as it is today in Texas, but probably when it was still Mexico. But don't tell that to the author of the 1959 edition of the Diccionario de Mexicanismos, who claimed that chili was a detestable food, passing itself off as Mexican, sold in the US from Texas to New York. A dictionary with some very strong opinions, though you wouldn't need such a biased dictionary if you learned Spanish for yourself with a little help from our sponsor today, Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the entire world, and it's fantastic because the lessons are nice and short, 5 to 10 minutes, so no matter how busy your schedule is, you can always get a lesson in every day. I've used it to brush up on languages that I've already a little knowledge of, like French, je me souviens maintenant, as well as learning a language from the ground up, like Spanish, pero aún sigo aprendiendo. And the lessons, which are created by actual language teachers rather than an AI, help you prepare for real-life conversations. So they're perfect for if you're going to be traveling abroad or have business with people who speak in another language, or if you're just trying to learn a new language to better yourself, because education is just a good thing. So to get started speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks, then sign up for Babbel using my link in the description or scan this QR code up here in the corner, and you'll get 60% off of your subscription along with Babbel's 20-day money-back guarantee. Now, back to this chili, all in English. What you'll need is 2 pounds or 1 kilogram of beef chopped into small cubes. I used boneless chuck because it can withstand a nice long cooking process, but it's not specific, so really use whatever you want, but boneless chuck works really well. 2 teaspoons of salt, and then 2 types of fat. You got your 1/4 cup or 55 grams of tallow, that's rendered beef fat, and 2 tablespoons or about 30 grams of lard, and that's rendered pork fat. Then a cup of minced onion, 3 tablespoons of Gephardt's Eagle chili powder. You can use any chili powder, but this is Gephardt's. It's still around, and they say it's the same as it was. I'm going to guess that there are some little additives, but overall the flavor should be the same. And 2 tablespoons of minced garlic. So first mix the beef and the tallow together, then season with the salt, and then melt the lard in a pot and add in the onions. Now this is a lot more fat than one usually uses to fry onions, and frankly you'll notice that this entire chili is rather fat-laden, but you know, it's from Texas, so go big or go home. Let the onions fry for about 5 minutes, moving them around so they don't burn, and then add in the meat. You want to keep turning the meat over to let most of it get a little sear on the bottom of the pot, and then once everything has some color, just leave it be, stirring it only every few minutes. The tallow and all of the fat from the beef itself will melt, and you will marvel at the amount of fat in the pot, but it reduces down, and finally you're left with just enough fat that it barely covers the bottom of the pot. Once it's there, you can add 3 cups or 700 milliliters of hot water, and make sure it's hot, almost boiling. Then add in the garlic, and finally the chili powder, and stir until everything is well mixed in. Then let the pot come to a boil and lower the heat and simmer with the lid off for about an hour to an hour and a half. It really depends on the heat and exactly what meat you're using. Mine took about an hour to get the meat nice and tender. And you shouldn't have to add any more water. It does reduce down, but you also don't want all of the water to evaporate, because then you'll just burn it. So keep an eye on it, and while you do, let me tell you about the history of chili and its Texas queens. Now, when it comes to the origins of chili, there are just as many stories as there are versions of chili. But there are some stories which, if not more credible, are at least more entertaining, like the one about the Spanish teleporting nun. Yes, it was the 17th century, and Sister Mary of Agreda in Spain kept falling into catatonic trances for days at a time. And whenever she would wake up, she would claim that she had sent her soul to some far-off distant lands, similar to the way that Luke Skywalker did that force projection thing in The Last Jedi. But instead of fighting with Kylo Ren, she was spreading the good word. It was only later that Spanish missionaries came to believe that Sister Mary was actually the Lady in Blue, or La Dama de Azul. This was a blue woman who often appeared in the folk tales of the Native Americans of the area, and the Spanish, when they came in contact and heard these tales, just assumed it was Mary. And it seems that Mary didn't just spread the good word, but she also spread different recipes, like one for a stew made with antelope or venison, tomatoes, and chili peppers.
Sure, Jan.
Now, a somewhat more credible story is that of the 56 immigrants from the Spanish Canary Islands, who in 1731 settled in the small Texas town of San Fernando de Bejar, modern-day San Antonio. And it's said that these Spanish settlers brought with them a dish of Moroccan descent, because many of the people in the Canary Islands were of Moroccan descent, and it was a stew that had cumin in it, and that eventually became chili con carne. And maybe that's true, except that cumin doesn't really appear in any of the earlier versions of chili con carne, not really until the 20th century, so doesn't make a lot of sense. And cumin or no, chili was already a thing in the Americas. Stewing meat with chili peppers had kind of been a thing for hundreds, if not thousands of years. In fact, at the same time as those 56 Canary Island immigrants came, there was a Swiss Jesuit missionary named Philip Zegesse who wrote that he saw the native people of southern Arizona, my home turf, roasting chili peppers and then grinding them up into a powder and using them to flavor a stew of meat that had been fried in fat. That's chili. It just wasn't called chili. That wouldn't happen until the late 19th century. In 1857, there was a book published called Chili con Carne, or The Camp and the Field, by S. Compton Smith. It followed his experiences during the Mexican-American War in 1847 and 48, and it seems that chili was an extremely popular dish amongst both the American and the Mexican armies at the time. He describes it as a popular Mexican dish, literally red pepper and meat. Pretty simple. And he has a wonderful story about this time that the Americans snuck up on an encampment of Mexican soldiers, and they did so fast that the Mexicans fled and hid and left their entire camp behind. But what was most interesting to our hungry fellows, of all the camp equipage they left behind were their steaming pots of chili con carne, which in their hurry to vamos, they had left upon the embers. So of course the American troops start chowing down on the chili. But then a group of women who had been with the Mexican army, also hiding, but who had been the ones doing most of the cooking, well, when they saw the Americans eating up all of their hard work, the enemy sitting down to the meal that they had just prepared, they came back into camp, grabbed the chili pots, and took it back. And the Americans, a little upset that their chili was now gone, which wasn't theirs, they said that, the fact that these women did that, it was so entertaining to them that it almost made up for the lack of chili. And that was only the start of the US military's involvement with chili, because in 1882, it was announced that the Secretary of War ordered the Inspector General of the Army to place on the supply list for the use of the Army the Americanized Mexican food chili con carne. It has been recommended by officers of the Army as a most valuable diet and for its anti-scorubic properties. And it's true that chili can ward off scurvy because the vitamin C content in a chili pepper is actually more than in the same amount of an orange, which is probably also why the cowboys of the American West were eating chili, because they didn't have a lot of access to fresh fruit. As far back as the 1850s, there are stories of cowboys all over the American Southwest creating a sort of portable chili. They would take dried meat, fat, and chili peppers and kind of press them into bricks similar to the pemmican that I made last fall. And it was just spicier, but then they could take it and put it into hot water and rehydrate it to make a fresh pot of chili. Ingenious. Then in 1881, William Gerard Tobin, a former Texas Ranger, improved the dried chili brick by creating the first canned chili, which he sold en masse to the US Army and Navy. And in 1884, he opened a factory that was going to make a lot of chili using goat meat, but he died soon after and the whole thing kind of fell apart. It turns out that people weren't really into goat meat chili. It's almost as bad as the turkey chili that my mom used to pass off to us. And just needs to be beef. And it was beef that became the de facto meat used in San Antonio by the Chili Queens. So the Chili Queens were the name given to the women who sold all manner of chili-flavored foods in the plazas of San Antonio during the late 19th and early 20th century. The fat, tawny Mexican materfamilias will place before you various savory compounds, swimming in fiery pepper, which biteth like a serpent. That quote from 1874 was actually describing a bowl of chili and other chili-flavored foods that were served in the houses of these women. But it was the same food, also prepared in those houses, that then they would take out and serve in the plazas. When visiting San Antonio in 1895, Stephen Crane, author of The Red Badge of Courage, wrote, "Upon one of the plazas, Mexican vendors with open-air stands sell food that tastes exactly like pounded fire brick from Hades. Chili con carne, tamales, enchiladas, chili verde, frijoles." He dubbed these plazas the social shrines of the people of San Antonio. And while he describes the frijoles, or beans, as kind of being a separate thing from the chili, an Alabama reporter from 1881 described San Antonio chili as composed of small bits of beef, beans, and cayenne pepper, which sounds like the beans were in the chili, a cardinal sin in Texas today. Now, these chili queens became a sort of tourist attraction for people visiting the city in the early 20th century, and there are descriptions of hundreds of tables being set up as the women came into the plaza with brightly painted wagons full of chili that they had made at home. They'd build mesquite fires to keep the chili warm as they dished it up for their customers, and sometimes, along with the chili queens themselves, dancers and musicians would come in to entertain people as they ate their chili. But as most of the population appreciated the chili queens and kind of saw them as a staple of the city, the upper crust of San Antonio thought of them more as a nuisance and slowly pushed them out of different plazas until finally they were relegated to Haymarket Square. Then in September of 1937, recent action of the City Health Department in ordering removal from Haymarket Square of the chili queens and their stands brought an end to a 200-year-old tradition. With the disappearance from the plaza of the chili stands, the troubadours who roamed the plaza for years also have disappeared into the night. There was a public outcry, and a couple of years later, the chili queens were allowed to come back, but only for about a year before again the City Health Department shut them down and they never returned. But the legacy of the chili queens did carry on, because the famous Bolo Red, as some have called it, became widely popular all over the United States. Some had become familiar with the dish via military service, but it gained mainstream popularity when bowls of chili con carne were served to visitors of the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago in 1893. And a couple years later, a German immigrant, Willy Gebhardt, invented a shelf-stable chili powder when he ran the Phoenix Cafe in a small town outside of San Antonio. This cafe was actually a rough-and-tumble saloon that featured an alligator pit and a place to host badger fights. He had also had a parrot on a perch near the door, which he had taught to say, "Have you paid your bill?" but in German, which is definitely more intimidating than if it had been in English. But while the parrot and badger fights are long gone, the chili powder still persists. It made making chili so much easier that it ended up becoming the flavor associated with most chili in most of the US. But while Gebhardt's chili powder may have become the identifiable flavor of most chili, everything else about the recipe just kind of went off the rails, and people started adding things like tomatoes and corn, potatoes, and sometimes even sweet chilies. And in Cincinnati, a version of the dish that is more reminiscent of a Mediterranean meat sauce is served atop spaghetti with cheddar cheese. But there are so many types of chili around today that I really can't go through them all. But that's also what makes things like a chili cook-off so much fun. Hundreds of different recipes all coming together to vie for the top chili spot, sometimes trying to out-hot each other, and some people are really proud to be able to eat those hot chilies. Like Homer attempting to eat Chief Wiggum's chili, which featured
the merciless peppers of Quetzalcoatl.
But I personally have never been too partial to anything extremely spicy, so let's just see if I can withstand this chili recipe from 1910. And here we are, Gebhardt's San Antonio style chili. Now usually I like to eat my chili with some cornbread, but most of the descriptions from the late 19th and early 20th century say that, at least in Texas, it was served with beans and tortillas. So I got some corn tortillas to eat it with, but first let me try it just a piece itself. It smells really, really good. You can really smell that chili powder though, and it is quite fatty, but here we go. Wow. That's really good. All right, there's a little kick at the end. Takes a second, but it's not super hot. I thought it would be because the amount of chili powder in it is like 50% more than the Gebhardt's recipe from today. So I kind of figured, but I don't know. It's not that hot. There's definitely spice to it, but it's not like overwhelming. But yeah, this would make actually like really good soft tacos. Maybe that's what I'll have to eat tonight. I also think that this is going to taste even better tomorrow because like so many stews or things like that, it just gets better with a day in the fridge and then reheat it. The flavors all really come together. So yeah, make sure that you have checked out the Tasting History Cookbook if you haven't yet. And yeah, that's all I got. I will see you next time on Tasting History. I'm gonna eat more of this right now because it's good.
Give me 5 words that describe you in VR chat.
Subby?
It's 9 o'clock in the morning. We're in Asakusa, the most busiest place in Tokyo, and we're about to begin a 20-kilometer walk across the world's biggest city. Let's go.
How much of Tokyo can you see in a single day on foot? We're about to find out. Over 37 million people call the Greater Tokyo area home. It's an overwhelming megacity packed with unique districts, hidden streets, and mouth-watering food. Today, our 20-kilometer journey will take us the length of the Ginza line that starts east in the traditional district of Asakusa and runs all the way to Shibuya in the west side of the city, amidst the chaos of the world's busiest crossing. Along the way, we'll encounter the bustling Amiyoko market in Ueno, get lost in a video game store in Akihabara, and grab a drink in the gritty neon-lit alleyways of Shimbashi. Hopefully, by the end of this video, you'll get to know your way around the city and discover what makes Tokyo such an exciting and rewarding place to explore.
I love walking across Tokyo, but I don't want to do it alone. It's a bit lonely, isn't it? I wanted to bring a friend. I wanted to bring a bodyguard. And most importantly of all, I needed someone to carry my bags. It's my third best American friend, Pete Premier 2. How you doing, Pete?
God, this backpack is heavy. And I want to get something clear here. You're telling me that you took Connor to Hokkaido, Joey to the beautiful island of Okinawa, and I get to be your pack mule as we walk 500 kilometers across rainy Tokyo.
You're so much more than just a pack mule.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're a stylish pack mule. Look at that hat.
Thanks,
Cracking.
buddy. All right.
Asakusa is undeniably Tokyo's biggest tourist hotspot, and it's not hard to see why amidst the charming side streets filled with traditional architecture leading up to the imposing Sensoji Temple, the oldest temple in all of Tokyo dating back to the 7th century. Some call the neighborhood a tourist trap, but despite the crowds, you're never far away from a quiet corner where you can pause for a moment and admire the sheer beauty of the temple and the neighbouring 5-story pagoda towering overhead. And honestly, to experience that moment alone, I think Asakusa is definitely worth a visit.
This is Asakusa, and it's probably the busiest place in Tokyo right now on a Saturday. Don't know why we've come here.
All journeys start with a single step, and we chose the busiest.
The busiest step. So, you know, people often say the videos are scripted, right?
Yeah.
This one's not scripted, and you're gonna see that very quickly. There's no plan today. We know where we're starting, we know where we finish.
That's it.
We don't know what happens in between.
I find it hard to believe that anyone would think that what we do is scripted because I can barely string together a sentence.
That's very true.
Well, here we go. This is the most famous street that I can remember leading up to, like, the biggest temple in Japan. I don't know if it's actually, like, the biggest size, but Sensoji on New Year's, forget about it. 5-6 hour wait. Sensoji.
You nearly trod on that bird.
I'm so sorry.
What the fuck? He nearly killed a bird. That would have been the worst possible opening to the video.
To inaugurate our impending expedition, we battle our way through the crowds to the giant urn spewing out incense smoke in front of the temple to wish ourselves some much-needed good fortune for the road ahead.
Before your long walk, Pete, you've got to breathe in the smoke of Sensoji.
Reminds me of my dad's old apartment.
Oh, God.
There it is. Protect me from our long journey today. I feel good.
So now we're baptised in the fires of Sensoji. We can get the journey underway, and more importantly, get some food. 'Cause
Okay.
we haven't had any breakfast yet. Look, he's back, Pete. Your friend.
Oh, it's my good friend the Hato.
Stop killing the birds. We're in a queue right now for what's called Taiwan Big Fried Chicken. Of course I was going to stop to get it.
Zero surprise.
Well, he's pretty fucking big as well.
It's massive, and there's 100 people eating it around this area.
Look at the queue alone for Big Fried Chicken.
Yeah. Thank you. Big fried chicken.
Already a bite out of this one.
Well, you took a bite. You know, chickens are not usually shaped like.
Oh, he's back for more. Fucking
I'm sorry. For fuck's sake. I feel like, is this his friend or what did I do?
It's like having 5 or 6 Family Mart fried chickens stuck together. It's very good, but maybe a bit too big. When you order a big fried chicken, you get a big fried chicken in the designated fried chicken eating zone. So because I feel guilty dragging Pete around Tokyo for the rest of the day, with his appendix recently removed,
Very true.
I thought I want to give you a little reward as a thank you. So every district we go to in Tokyo, I'm going to give you 2,000 yen, about $20, and you can buy whatever you want.
Are you serious?
Present for your friend, a present for yourself, food, drink, trinkets, you name it, whatever you want.
You're okay. So anything I want.
Anything you want.
Every place we go to.
Yeah.
Power overwhelmed. 2,000 yen.
Well, you've got to carry it in the backpack if you do buy something.
Oh.
Keen to spend his 2,000 yen pocket money, Pete leads us down Nakamise Street, the crowded 250-metre-long approach to the Sensoji Temple. And it soon becomes clear when it comes to spending the money, Pete might need a helpful nudge in the right direction. You know, to buy the correct things.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money, but there's a strawberry on a stick there.
Are you suggesting that you
No.
a
You
strawberry on a
decide.
stick?
It's your money.
I think I've decided I want a strawberry on a stick now. Isn't it?
I see, still got 1,000 yen left.
Yeah, well, it's only nice of me to, I suppose, share with you, my glorious benefactor. All right. Well, to the first of my many presents, kampai. Oh, go ahead, enjoy. Something's caught my eye. Might I interest you in a floaty beer keychain?
No, we'll be having real beer later. We don't need a keychain.
Then my second choice was this thing
I
right
like
here.
that, yes.
We can put that on the bag.
Oh,
It's like when I get to see the beer later, I can make those awooga eyes. So I feel like
yeah, get that.
that's what I'm going
Done.
for.
And that's how you spend 2,000 yen in Asakusa.
Well, we leave Asakusa 2,000 yen poorer, and I'm not entirely sure it was money well spent. But for a more in-depth video exploring Asakusa over 2 days, including what to eat and where to stay, be sure to check out my previous visit with Ryotaro, linked below. Now, being in Japan is all well and good, but what happens when you go to your hotel room to get over the jet lag and you can't access all your website services or even Netflix in the way you would back home? And that's where today's sponsor, ExpressVPN, comes in. ExpressVPN is an app that lets you change your online location. Loads of websites and streaming services actually have different content libraries for every country. Netflix in Turkey, for example, has all of the Lord of the Rings films. In Germany, they have my favourite movie, Goodfellas. And here in Japan, they have the best anime selection by far, including weekly episodes of One Piece. It's as simple as opening up ExpressVPN, changing your location to Japan, tapping the button, refreshing, and now you have instant access to 24 seasons of One Piece. Yes, but it's not all about fun. ExpressVPN protects your online security as well by encrypting your traffic. If you ever use public Wi-Fi while travelling around, as I do, anyone can connect to the same Wi-Fi network and potentially steal your information, account logins, passwords. And that is why I always have ExpressVPN on when I'm travelling. It's just not worth taking those risks. Protect yourself online and have fun on Netflix. Go to expressvpn.com/abroad Japan or check it out in the description box below. Find out how you can get 3 months free. Now back to our long walk across Tokyo. Our next stop is Ueno, the gateway to Tokyo. With the fastest train from Narita Airport, the Keisei Skyliner, for many travellers, Ueno is the first port of call when arriving in Tokyo. Home to an abundance of hotels and the beautiful labyrinth that is Ueno Park. The pinnacle of the neighbourhood is the busy market street that runs beneath the tracks of the Yamanote line. Welcome to Ameyoko Market.
Ameyokocho, you'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. I say that because it's the American marketplace. My kind of people. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
What is going on?
A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
While Yoko means market, the Ame in Ameyoko is said to be a reference to the years after the Second World War, when the streets became a bustling black market for American products. Others claim Ame is a reference to the candy stores that are traditionally a popular feature of the market, given Ame is the Japanese word for candy. Either way, today as you make your way through the crowds, you can find everything from fish and spices to clothing and cosmetics. There are bargains to be found on each and every corner. It's completely overwhelming. But thank God Pete has me around to help him choose how to spend his 2,000 yen correctly.
All right, Pete, I don't want to tell you how to spend your money,
Yes.
but
Oh, good again.
I know a bar that does whiskey on the street.
On
You
the
can drink
street.
whiskey right here, right now. But
Yeah, I guess my heart's telling me I could really go for whiskey on the street if you know a place. I've got 2,000 yen. Please.
what the heck is that?
That, my friend, is a mega highball.
For a Mega Man.
Bigger than my head.
That is insane, Pete. It's
And-
not as if you're walking across Tokyo today.
Yeah, well, it's my 2,000 yen, and you won't shame me on how I spend it.
Very true.
Kampai. Ugh. Kampai. The mega highball. Money well spent on a journey well earned. That doesn't make any sense. It's
No.
not scripted.
Isn't it incredible? Without any degree of manipulation, once again, Pete has spent 2,000 yen, his own money, and something that I wanted. Not
Yeah.
only a delicious plum wine, but also some very juicy, delicious yakitori thigh skewers. It's chicken thigh. Isn't that great?
All of this for almost exactly a little bit under 2,000 yen. Enjoy my generosity. Although you are paying for this.
No, it's your money.
Yeah, it's my money.
Your money, your rules. One thing I'll say about Amayoko is, well, Asakusa is very sort of touristy, and all the shops feel a bit artificial, as though they're catering to tourists. Here, they actually cater to real, just everyday life, normal people. So the shops have an authenticity to them, a grittiness to them that isn't polished, that isn't for tourists, and that is why I think I like this place the most.
So we're gonna give it our thumbs up, thumbs down system. 3, 2,
No-brainer.
1.
Absolute
yep.
thumbs up.
All right, easy up.
And before we carry on to Pete's favourite spot, Akihabara,
Ooh,
just down the
yes.
road, got one little treat for you, one little place, and
Okay.
it's actually just over here, right? The hustle and bustle of the market holds a little secret. I only found out recently. Come and check this out.
Okay.
So above the main shopping street, right, the craziest, like busiest place in Japan on a Saturday, there's a little temple, a little shrine up here, hidden, and it's really quite quaint and peaceful until Pete gets there.
Wow, this is awesome. I had no idea. I've been on Amayoko like many times. I'd never seen this place before. This is the Inoshishi. It's the boar. That's actually the year I was born, 1983. Let's go. Who's with? Okay, no one.
Old man.
I know. But this is the last of the cycle of all the different animals. And this one, if you touch it, it gives you like strength, power, and good fortune. If you touch me, you get debt, misfortune, and disappointment. Don't know if this is true, but I heard it from a Japanese friend. When you throw a coin in that has a hole in the middle, whether it's 5 yen or 50, supposed to be better fortune. And since that's my animal, hoping that worked out.
So when you come to a shrine in Japan, you can leave your wishes on a bit of wood and hang it up. And some people have written like a whole essay about how they would really want like a PhD. And then someone's just written, I wish a happy life with my significant other. Just the sort of level of depth people go into, but it's nice. We would write one, but we've got to get a move on to Akihabara, Electric Town. So Ueno and Akihabara are actually pretty close, but there's like nothing in the middle. It's just like these really grimy, boring sort of office streets of nothingness. So
I like this.
you like it?
This is actually one of my favorite parts of living in Tokyo.
Why?
Because in America, right, you must drive everywhere unless you live in like New York or Santa Monica.
Right.
So like just the fact that I can go from like the busiest part of Ueno and then walk to Akihabara, another favorite spot.
Fair enough.
It's great.
Full of whiskey and strawberries, we're now 4 hours into our journey across Tokyo, arriving in Akihabara Electric Town, the colourful capital of Japanese pop culture. And as a self-professed otaku, Pete feels right at home as we make our way downtown.
It's got everything you need. Video games, game centers, burgers, ramen, done. Also maid cafes if you're into that. I know you are, but I'm not. I am not.
You're not tempted to go in?
I think I'm tempted to apply. Who wouldn't want to eat a pancake with me dressed as a maid? I feel like I've got an opportunity here.
So guys, we're in Akihabara. We're a little bit behind schedule. 5 kilometers in. Some people are slacking a little bit.
Are you kidding me?
Not carrying their weight.
I'm carrying your equipment.
No. Pick up the pace a little bit more, Pete. But you do have 2,000 yen, and I know a great little taco restaurant.
Oh, really? Good, because I don't give a shit. Because listen, we're in Akihabara. I'm buying some video game goods. We got your strawberries, we got your stupid shit. This is on me. I want my stuff.
What do you want then?
I want some lame-ass toy from King of Fighters. You don't even know what that is, but I'm getting it, and it's for me. We are going to Super Potato, the most famous retro game store in Japan, and I'm going to buy something for me.
Video games? All right.
Something charming about seeing all these old adverts from when I was a kid. It's awesome.
So Super Potato is like one of the coolest retro game stores in Tokyo. It's pricey because the condition of the stuff is pretty damn good actually, but you got to pay big. But
Oh, yeah.
2,000 yen, what can you get, Pete?
Maybe I can get a tiny slime keychain. I got bulgy, but I'm looking for something memorable, something that I
You
like.
get something a bit more iconic than a boring
What are you
keychain.
talking
Come on, we
about?
could do better.
This is-
We could do better.
I found the perfect gift. There's only one problem. Not for sale.
Mario underwear, not for sale.
I found him. The worst Pokemon ever made.
Oh my god, what's he called?
Mr. Mime.
Why is he so bad?
Well, I hate him because when I play Pokemon, everyone says that we look the same, and I fucking hate it. I hate
see
it.
a resemblance.
I hate you. I hate all of you. That'll do.
You look like you've stolen it.
Well, I got the receipt. Don't worry about it. Paid in full.
We pay in full.
That's right.
バリヤード。
バリアド、英語でミスターマイム。
ああ、
バリアド。
ミスターマイム。
ミスターマイムね。
バリヤード。
ありがとうございます。バリアド。
So we're here in Akihabara at the iconic crossing, and the Sega building is gone. Gone.
Absolute disgrace.
Replaced by Gigo, Geigo, bullshit.
Get in the gaming oasis.
Get in the gaming oasis.
I'm sorry. It sucks to see such an iconic building go.
It does.
It does.
It's strange how like you care that much about like a brand logo, but seeing Sega there, there's a nostalgic connection to like the 80s, the 90s.
When Japan was leading the technological front, and now it's Geigo.
Tokyo often feels like several cities wrapped into one, not just because of its endless scale, but the jarring transition between neighborhoods. If Asakusa harks back to the Edo-era Japan and Ueno's Ameyoko market maintains a gritty post-war era vibe, the area surrounding Tokyo Station feels like modern-day Tokyo, full of monolithic skyscrapers dominated by corporate Japan. Given it's just several blocks away from the colourful chaos of Akihabara, the quiet streets feel almost sterile and characterless in comparison. But the area is dominated by Tokyo Station, the busiest station in all of Japan by train traffic, with 4,000 trains arriving and departing daily, and 5,000 commuters passing through it every single day. Packed bullet trains bound for Osaka and Hokkaido leave here every hour, making the disorientating interior feel more akin to an airport at times.
Can't believe we made it all the way to Tokyo Station. All the way from Asakusa. I can't feel my back, all this walking. Thank God I haven't got that backpack on. Oh, that finished me off. Odds are, though, if you're coming to Tokyo, you will pass through Tokyo Station at some point, and it is chaos, like beyond compare inside it. And every time I come to Tokyo from Sendai, I come here. So if you ever run into me in Tokyo, odds are I'd probably be somewhere around here. My only criticism is, and I've said this in a previous video, Japanese modern architecture is a little bit unoriginal. I mean, look at Tokyo Station. There's like 6 or 7 skyscrapers surrounding it, towering over it. They're all very bland, unoriginal, and uninspiring. It's a bit of a shame. And it's really hard trying to talk seriously when I've got Mr. fucking Mime staring at me over the camera.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I love the way, as today goes on, you're just getting drowned in more and more objects here.
Yeah, it's kind of unsettling. I think my favorite was the Mega Highball. Actually, my favorite. It's all downhill from there. Favorite thing, actually, right there. Tokyo Station, built over 100 years ago. And I bet you thought I didn't know that, did you? Well, surprise, I was a Japanese history minor in college.
What else can you tell us about Japanese history?
Well, I can tell you that it took about 1 million bricks to build this thing. And it was that rare time where they were really influenced by the Western culture. So I think the architecture especially is, I don't know what it is, but it obviously reminds me of the West, but it has that Japanese aesthetic to it. I really love this station.
And also, it's our midway point.
That's
today.
it?
Midway.
No, we're not done.
Come on.
Well, we're now 7 hours into our journey, and as the winter sun starts to set early and billboard lights begin to flicker on across the city, we find ourselves heading into Shimbashi, a business district dominated by high-rise towers, and once home to my favourite building in all of Tokyo, tragically, recently dismantled forever. Bugger.
So we made it to Shimbashi, but there's a hole in my heart left where the Nakagin Capsule Tower was. Just 1 year ago, I was stood here in front of one of my favourite buildings in Tokyo, in Japan, and now it's gone. And in fact, the last video I did with Pete was us coming here to watch it being demolished, like capsule by capsule. Now it's gone, and soon there'll be just a bland, generic, boring building there. Don't want to come to Shimbashi ever again, just bitter memories.
I think I know where I want to spend my money. In honor of Nakagin Tower, I think we should get a beer and reminisce about the good times. You good?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. This way.
If you're into photography, Shimbashi is such a good nighttime spot. I used to come here a lot to do photos with friends, and there's so many lights, so much chaos. There's the trains running, there's the tall buildings, it's a really intense place, and yeah, nighttime photography, perfect.
It sounds so cheesy to say this, I hate to admit it, but what I like about living in Tokyo and what I like about living in Japan is that every station has its own kind of identity. It sounds so dumb, but you'll always find something new when you're going to a station for the first time. And Shimbashi, I've never been to before, other than
really?
Maybe a business, some meeting or lunch, but never at night. It's pretty sick. I'm enjoying it.
Given all the offices in Shinmashi, the alleyways in between are a hive of activity in the evenings after work, as salarymen stuff their faces and drown their sorrows. And after spotting some empty seats nestled within, Pete and I join them for a well-earned meal.
What better way to celebrate the demise of Nakagin Tower than to ruin our diet with some fried potato, Caesar salad, fried chicken, and of course, the lemon sour.
Yeah.
A common drink in Japan. You got the apple sour. Kanpai. What do you think about the sour drinks?
Awful. Tanakagin.
Tanakagin!
It's pretty cool. We're down the most cyberpunk-looking alleyway I've seen in Japan. I've never eaten anywhere around this area. It's so bustling. Even though it's like December, it's pretty cold outside. It's a really good atmosphere, really good vibe. I don't know about you, but I feel destroyed. We've been walking, it's 5 o'clock now, and we've been walking since 9, so 8 hours of walking. You guys might be thinking, well, it doesn't look like you've walked that much on camera. But all the walking in between, we haven't really filmed it that much because it's pretty boring, right? It's just us walking along doing nothing. It's been tough. We've probably got 3 or 4 hours left ahead of us, all the way to Shibuya, but after the Caesar salad and french fries, we'll be ready to go, re-energized.
Caesar salad and french fries, the traditional cuisine of Japan. A fine meal indeed. So we finish up and trade the neon-lit streets of Shinmashi for this strikingly lit Tokyo Tower in neighboring Shiba Park.
Pop quiz viewers, which tower is the best? Tokyo, Skytree, or we go on Eiffel? Good job. Tokyo Tower's the #1. Best lighting, best construction, and honestly, it's badass when you see it in person. You don't agree with me? Take it up with Mr. Mime.
Tokyo Tower, one of the few buildings in Tokyo that looks better at night than it does during the day. Look at that. What a beauty. I can't believe we made it here. We've come all the way here from Asakusa. And we've still got like 10 kilometers to go. Oh, no, he's here.
The reason why I moved here, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look at that. Look at that. While we're here at Tokyo Tower, we've met some nice viewers.
Yo, dude,
Yeah.
he's lit, dude.
Look at that. Yeah, in the photo.
You got the Twitch streamer.
Yeah, we got the other guy.
Oh, shit, my bad.
Oh, man.
Of the 20 plus people we've run into so far, who've recognised us and stuff. That was the best by far.
That was my favorite because
The
you were
guy-
setting up a shot by ducking down. You had like...
Yeah, I was on the floor trying to get a shot of Tokyo Tower's reflection, and one of the guys went to Pete, "Sorry, do you know Chris Broad?" And he was like,
"Where's Chris Broad?"
And he was like, "He's right here, bro." And he was like, "What do you mean?"
I was
He
like,
was
"He's right here."
"He's literally on the floor."
And then the two guys, they turned around and went, hey, what's up?
That was good shit. That was
Hey,
good.
we got more surprises.
Dude, I watched your videos for ages.
Yeah, now you're in the video. Yes.
Friends.
Well, that was ridiculous. While talking about getting spotted, we got spotted again.
Yep.
It's cool though, like now that obviously foreign tourists are back, things are livened up a bit in Tokyo, and Tokyo feels like it's connected to the world once again, right?
Really, yeah.
For the last 2 years, it's just been disconnected and it's not been fun. So to meet folks from around the world has been really awesome. Tokyo's back in business.
That's crazy.
So guys, somehow we've made it to Roppongi, one of the nightlife capitals of Japan, and the grittiest place in Tokyo perhaps. It gets a bad rap, and rightly so in some respects. There's lots of nightclubs and hostess clubs here. It's a very popular place for foreigners as well. Often, if you're a foreigner living in Tokyo, you'll be coming here for something. Even though I made a video talking about Roppongi and Shibuya being kind of a dangerous hotspot for tourists getting scammed, it is a good place. It's a good place for a night out, and there's all sorts of things to eat, drink, do. It's not that bad after all. But what's Pete going to do with his 2,000 yen? How's he going to spend it? Is he going to spend it in a very seedy fashion? Probably. He's Pete.
CD, how dare you? I'm gonna take my 2,000 yen and I'm gonna spend it at Don Quixote, the greatest store in all of Japan, because it's got everything. Food, electronics, clothing, you name it, they've got it. It's my turn.
What? An extendable bear hand. You don't want one? Yes, look at that. That is the hand of a bear. At what point does someone think, yes, I want an extendable bear hand?
I would argue never, but there's 8 missing.
Somebody's fucking bought them.
I kind of like the squeeze gorilla more for disappointment.
Stress.
3 colors.
Questionable buying decisions made. Pete grabs his purchases as I start to regret giving him 2,000 yen.
What is he doing?
3, 2...
Oh, dude, listen. It's all about love and peace here in Roppongi, my man. Stressed? Squeeze on my little gorilla sack. Peace.
Look at that, mission accomplished. Squeeze for the stress that you've caused to me. A weird sake-flavored Kit Kat. Big surprise, heard these are good. And the real treasure, my extendable bear claw. And I still saved 500 yen, let's go.
Satisfied with his Don Quixote side quest, we head to Roppongi Hills, a glamorous tower with sweeping views over Tokyo, but not before we pass a rather intriguingly branded casino.
The Blow Roppongi Dragon. And it's got written here, how to blow casino. Do you know how to blow, Pete?
I know how to blow a lot of money at a casino, but I don't know.
Exactly, that's a really weird image. It's like how to lose casino, honestly. Some interesting branding choices there in Roppongi.
As we stand in the street pondering how to blow casino, we bump into another viewer, Eki, who's enamoured by Pete's dodgy purchases. Oh dear.
And what do you think of Pete's stuff that he's bought, Eki?
Mate, I can't lie. I've got to go with a Mr. Mime.
Yeah.
Hey! But I am loving that jacket. I'm absolutely loving that jacket.
Don't fuel his jacket ego.
That was my choice. I told you that boss jacket.
That's right.
No,
It's
Eki.
awesome. Can you buy that, mate? Is that
Found this at a vintage store.
Oh my days. There we go.
Oh, what have you done? What have you done, Eki?
Hey, wait.
Here you go.
Handshake on that one.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Lovely.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, mate. It was a pleasure.
I feel great. This is the best trip ever. It's insane seeing the Tokyo Tower in the distance. It gives you some idea of just how far we've walked. And that was not even the starting point.
It's in the distance over there, right?
Yeah, you
Looks
can see
really
it right
far
there.
away, yeah.
I love that this building is covered in fog. Do you see that?
It's the tallest building in Tokyo.
That's awesome.
You're awesome.
No, you're awesome.
How is the stretch gorilla? Stop scaring the locals. What the fuck?
So we're on the home straight now. Shibuya is about 2 or 3 kilometres straight ahead down that road. Pretty knackered. I'd like to think with all the walking we've done, all the exercise, we've probably burned a lot of calories. But when you think of the shit show that has been what we've eaten along the way, from big fried chicken to strawberries covered in sugar on a stick, to my most recent purchase, the Kit Kat Sake, my favourite Kit Kats in the world. Have you ever had these, Pete?
I've never even seen those.
These are just Kit Kats flavoured like sake, and I had an addiction to these like when they came out 3 or 4 years ago.
Alright, so wait, these are sake flavored Kit Kats. Do they have any alcohol in them, like, you know, the whiskey chocolates?
You know what? I think they actually had like 0.01% alcohol, and like kids couldn't buy them as a result.
Wow.
That's what I remember when they came out. If you look here, it says alcohol content 0.04%.
Wow.
Hey,
and therefore,
fuck you, Leatherman.
I'll take a bite.
For science, I will try one of these Kit Kats. Whenever I eat these, right, people go fucking crazy because I don't snap them in half, which you're supposed to do with Kit Kats.
It is kind of monstrous.
Yeah, but like, look at the size of it. This
Yeah.
is monstrous. You can't split this properly. It just looks a bit stupid. Oh.
This looks like a horror film, the way it's lit.
Here's chocolate. Wow. That's really good.
Yeah. Let the addiction begin.
Kit Kat revelations out of the way and our legs battered from walking, we nevertheless continue our last stretch of the journey onwards to Shibuya Crossing. It's the strangest segment of our entire trip, as both Roppongi and Shibuya are incredibly bustling at night, and yet somehow the stretch in between is eerily devoid of signs of life, save for the endless concrete overpasses.
Yes. There we go. Yeah.
Shibuya Scramble, one of the busiest intersections on planet Earth, and the ending of our journey.
Sulvara, I think, was one of the two dancing in the back. Epic gamer.
Okay, we traveled 25 kilometers.
Oh my god.
Number 2, we did 30,000 steps.
Easy.
And number 3, we burnt off a measly 1,500 calories, which doesn't even cover the big fried chicken and Kit Kats we ate on the way today. So,
well, that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, it was fun, and I hadn't moved that much in my entire life, so
Yes.
thank you for bringing me.
Well done, and well done to all our little characters. Thank you
got
to
'em all.
everybody who said hello to us. Some of those who feature in the video. Thank you, Eki, Although I wasn't happy about Eki propping up his ego with his jacket. What have you done, Eki?
I loved it. It was good fun.
Well, it's been really fun. Like, I highly recommend walking across Tokyo. Don't do the whole thing. The bit between Roppongi and Shibuya, you don't need to do that. But the rest was a lot of fun. One more thing to do, right?
Yeah, I think it's my turn. I got all these toys, all these
Alright, guys, I'm going back to sleep.
You a drink. Sounds very good indeed. Let's go.
I gotta get some beauty sleep, or otherwise I'll be stupid, fat, dumb, and ugly. Good night.
But it is phenomenally clean, right? That sort of stereotype of Japan being clean. There's nothing really going on. Well, all right. The moment I say that, of course, there's like a piece of indescript plastic in newspaper. Okay.
Well,
Ignore everything I just said.
Mostly
God damn
very
it.
clean.
Shibuya Crossing. It never stops being intense. I think when you come here, you feel a mixture of emotions. This video's done. Let's finish this.
Give me 5 words that describe you in VR chat.
Subby?
Give me 5 words that describe you in VR chat.
Subby?
The growl of a hopped-up American V8 is probably the last sound you would have expected to hear in war-torn 1990s Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yet amidst the chaos and devastation, that's the unmistakable rumble many victims of the war learned to love, as they eagerly awaited the arrival of the blacked-out Camaro with the yellow rubber duck. While the car looked like it had driven straight out of a Mad Max film, the driver was a Danish soldier who had honed his skills with the Jaeger Corps, trained alongside Green Berets, braved treacherous waters with the Frogmen, and descended from the skies as a paratrooper. But despite his military prowess, Helge Meyer didn't carry a gun in the car. Instead, he claimed that his beloved Bible was his most valuable tool, as he drove through the night fueled by gasoline and faith to deliver food, medical supplies, and toys to those in need. This is a story of courage in Camaros, of hope in hot rods, and of nurture in nitrous. This is the story of the Ghost Camaro and God's Rambo. Helge Meyer is the kind of guy who gets his kicks from going on what he calls psychological walks, typically 100-kilometer treks through tall sand dunes and water while dragging along other soldiers as part of their training. He started this practice back in 1972 and continued for decades, even into retirement. On the walks, each participant is allowed 1 liter of water and either 100 grams of chocolate or 20 cigarettes. Sometimes they'd wear gas masks to make it harder to breathe, but the toughest part of all was that no one was allowed to talk. When soldiers inevitably dropped out, they were given a card explaining how much of a weakling they were and left to fend for themselves and find a way back to base. Helge still wanted more though, and would often crank up the distance to 200 or even 300 kilometers. While he appeared to show little sympathy for those who accompanied him on his walks, he felt the calling to help those in need during the Bosnian War. The Bosnian War was a horrid, ethnically and culturally charged affair, considered to be the worst European war since World War II, with multiple groups trying to get their way through any means necessary. The UN, NATO, and European Union tried to help those affected by the conflict, but it wasn't enough, as the large trucks carrying supplies were easy targets for bandits and militia, who wanted to hijack the goods for their own cause, and created checkpoints to ambush aid and charge heavy fees to pass. Before long, certain areas were completely off limits, and it was impossible to help those trapped within the conflict. But Helge had an idea. He wanted to come out of retirement and go straight into the heart of the beast, pairing his years of military training with American muscle to help those who couldn't be helped. He pitched the idea to various humanitarian groups, but they all shot him down. After all, it was a crazy idea, and the funds in human life were more likely to be useful elsewhere. But Helge didn't relent. He was deeply religious and felt that the mission was given to him by God, and so he continued to search for help. He reached out to the US military commander at the Rhine-Main Air Base in Germany and asked if the team could help prep the car that he had bought for his mission from a US serviceman, a 1979 Camaro. Of course, the Americans were in. The Camaro was Chevrolet's answer to the Ford Mustang, although it went through a bit of an identity crisis before it emerged as the American icon it is today. Internally, the car was called the Panther before a list of over 2,000 C-names were run through to accompany the other C-named Chevys like the Chevelle, Corvair, and Corvette. The name Camaro was supposedly inspired by the French word for camarade, a friend or comrade, and that would be fitting for this story, but others say the name was chosen long before they knew what it meant. Meanwhile, some executives in the company said a Camaro was a small creature that ate Mustangs. The first generation was rushed out and shouldn't have been a success, but the car was well loved, even if it was only made for 3 years before the second generation arrived. The second gen was heavily inspired by Ferrari, and performed incredibly well for the time. But the refined, European-inspired looks weren't for everyone. Again, Chevrolet pivoted, and the Camaro evolved year by year, eventually sprouting large, color-matched plastic bumpers. Consumers were loving the changes, and the Camaro was selling better than ever, even passing the Mustang in 1977, before reaching an all-time peak of over 280,000 cars in 1979, the same year as Helge's Camaro. His came with a 350 cubic inch engine, 5.7 liters to make around 170 horsepower. Of course, Helge wanted more, which was a fun challenge for the mechanics and engineers stationed at the airbase, who threw some parts at the engine and tuned it up to around 220 horsepower, before adding nitrous, which allowed for 440 horses if Helge ever found himself in a pinch. This meant that even with over 800 pounds of supplies, the car was supposedly still able to go from 0 to 200 kilometers an hour in just 13 seconds. The team decided to strip the car down to remove any unnecessary weight, before adding back even more in the form of heavy metal plates for body armor, Kevlar sheets in the doors, and steel sheets under the floor pan and to cover the entire rear window. The tires were filled with a special foam to prevent a puncture putting the car out of commission, and a giant plow-like blade was installed on the front to push debris and landmines away from the car. All this was covered in the same paint used on a F-17 stealth aircraft. The result really was a car that looked like something out of Mad Max, but Meyer also wanted to incorporate technology more reminiscent of the kit car. He managed to get a hold on military-grade GPS, a ground-to-air radio to communicate with air support, a thermal imaging camera, a fire suppression system, and infrared lights on the front of the car, which could be used in conjunction with infrared illuminating goggles to see at night, which is when Meyer planned to make his runs. To finish the stealth look, the windows were blacked out, the exhaust was made quieter, and any interior lights on the car were removed. The only thing which didn't get the stealth treatment was the yellow rubber duck, which usually hid behind the front grille. The airbase also managed to pull around $12,000 worth of goods to deliver, and set him up with some new military gear, including a Kevlar helmet. They offered him a gun too, but Meyer insisted he didn't need it. Although he did carry some more archaic weapons just in case, he primarily relied on his faith and his Bible, deciding that he'd paint a new page gold for each successful run he completed. He set to work, plotting his route on a map in invisible ink only visible under a black light, and began filling in the pages of his Bible with gold. He received donations from all over, including the German Bundeswehr, and even the famous Danish toy company, Lego, decided to support their fellow countrymen's quest. It wasn't always smooth sailing though, and he managed to avoid many near-death experiences. On one trip, a sniper's bullet came through his window and mere millimeters from his skull, embedding itself in the Kevlar helmet given to him at the airbase. On another run, the Camaro, which had been super reliable, suddenly stopped working while driving up a mountain and began rolling back down. Helge started the car and tried again, but it died in the exact same spot, again and again. He took this as a sign and decided to spend the night in some nearby ruins before continuing the next day. This time, the car was fine, but when he arrived and explained his tardiness, everyone was shocked, and explained that because of the car stalling, he had missed soldiers that had been robbing and killing drivers on that very road. Again, Helge thanked God for giving him a sign to avoid another near-death experience, painted another page of his Bible gold, and continued on his quest. A highlight for Helge was in Vers, when he was looking for a place to sleep and noticed a candle and some body heat with his thermal scanner. As he knocked on the door, the candle went out, so he knocked again and announced that he was with the US Army. An older gentleman opened the door for him, and there was also a young woman with a newborn baby, all three malnourished and covered in dirt. Helge brought food, water, and soap, and sat with the old man in silence, who read his Quran while Helge read his Bible. He left the family to go sleep in his car, but there was a knock on his blacked out windows. He opened the door and found the young woman, who placed her baby on his bare chest. Helge claims he will never forget this touching moment, and that it encouraged him to continue to help others. While his military training went a long way, he also developed some more unconventional tactics to avoid dangerous situations. One time, he had a passenger, and as they rolled up to a police checkpoint, he realized that they weren't real officers, as they didn't have the correct shoes. Helge lit a cigar, put on his studded gloves and a headscarf, then instructed his passenger to throw a shirt over his flashlight to pretend it was a gun, and to look menacing and lock the door. Then, one final, unusual instruction. Helge instructed his passenger to pass gas, cut the cheese, break wind. The goal being to make the car smell so unbearable that the fake officers wouldn't want to spend too long with them. In this case though, Helge and the passenger ended up just speeding away after a short interaction, with Helge giving the would-be robbers the finger. Because of acts like this, not everyone was a fan of seeing the black Camaro, and there was even a bounty on the car after it was spotted the same time multiple Serbian planes were shot down, which led to the false accusation that Meyer was involved. Thankfully, after 3 years, the Bosnian War came to an end in 1995, when a peace treaty was signed in America. There was still work to be done though. With more than 2 million people displaced and the country in ruins, Helge and the Camaro continued to work for many more years, and ended up making over 100 trips to those in need. With the help of all the supporters and the Camaro, Helge did a great thing, helping thousands without hurting others, and even earning the moniker God's Rambo. But Helge himself acknowledges that his efforts were really just a drop in the ocean. There were all kinds of incredible people, real ghosts, who came together to help those thrust into such a horrible predicament. The UNHCR ended up donating nearly 1 million metric tons of supplies. There were others too, who ventured into the war zone to deliver food and medicine, not in Camaros, but some just in Volkswagen Beetles. Another interesting act of service was when Bruce Dickinson of Iron Maiden decided to sneak into Sarajevo during the middle of the war in 1994 to perform for the people who had been through so much. I want to mention that some have been critical of Helge for his use of resources, his partnerships with certain donors, and for pushing his story over the years. But I think even if all of his efforts were self-serving and to fulfill his own dreams, he still made huge contributions, both directly to those in need and indirectly by inspiring others to take similar courses of action. He's still sharing his stories from his home in Germany and still has his Camaro, even if his wife isn't a fan. He wishes he could still take the car out to help others and has mentioned that he'd love to be able to help those in need with the current conflict in the Ukraine. But despite being in great shape for his age, at 76 years old, he's finally decided to slow down. Still, the ripples from his actions carry on, and in the spirit of Helge, the ad revenue this video generates in the first month will be donated to the Hope for Ukraine charity. I really hope you enjoyed this story. As always, thank you so much for watching and supporting the channel, and I hope you have a great day.
Give me 5 words that describe you in VR chat.
Subby?
Dear Atlas, you were a superb photographer in your time, one of the best. We therefore cordially invite you, once visionary master of the lens, to partake in an enchanting photographic expedition, the grand spectacle of a skiing competition like no other, the Alpine Pursuit in St. Moritz. A picturesque realm nestled amidst the towering peaks of Switzerland's breathtaking Engadine Valley. This year's Alpine Pursuit transforms this frosted playground into a visual tapestry of gravity-defying artistry, where the intoxicating aroma of Swiss hot chocolate mingles with the crisp mountain air, and where the heartbeat of adventure echoes through the turquoise skies. On May the 21st, 2003, we summon your creative spirit to embark upon a visual odyssey, capturing the daring feats and kaleidoscopic personalities of the skiing elite. For this undertaking, you will need your cameras, backup cameras, rolls of film, a notebook, your ski suit, mask, gloves, and maybe even a book of fairy tales for some reason. I don't know. On arrival, we naturally expect you will want to sample the region's cheeses. Enjoy a high tea at the Alpine Pursuit headquarters. And of course, do be sure not to miss the grand opening, where the St. Moritz players are expected to perform their Titus Andronicus on ice. I hear it's a triumph. Although you should be sure to mingle with the ski world's glitterati on the snow, we would remind you that you are not there to ski. This ever-shifting canvas is among the most dangerous in the world. So, stay safe, be alert, and just do your job. Since you're not skiing, you'll have plenty of time to soak up the views. There's really nowhere else like it in the world. Talk to the guests. Be sure to charm them. Well, hello there, chap. Chaphead. Whatever. Would you fetch another bottle from the cabinet down there? I'm as dry as a nun. Maybe affect an almost British accent, so as to keep folks constantly guessing. That'll be just the ticket. Next, always use your advanced conversational skills to endear them towards you. What do you weigh? Showing them your sensitive side will help you capture their innermost essences. No. You should never provide that sort of information to a stranger. Very good. And pardon me. Rudeness is merely the expression of fear. And if people simply fear that they won't get what they want. What do I want? I want to ski again. That's what I want. Okay, let's make a pact, you and I. I want us to make this trip something of a spiritual journey. Perhaps we connect on a deep level. Perhaps we can even be friends. We can be family. What do you say? Quietly though. Shh, 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 shh. Quietly. That's the rule. Da, 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 da. Shh, 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 shh. Okay, right about there. Right about there is perfect. 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 You look very much like me, by the way. We must be related somewhere down the line. You have my mother's nose. Perfectly symmetrical. 2 nostrils, of course. There. The bridge thing. Are we related? Somewhere down the line. We must be. We must be related. When do we get off this thing, by the way? Yeah, this thing's frozen. You a watch fan? No, okay, fine. Did you see me out there? I could have been killed, you know. 150 miles per hour. I say not to go on those slopes? If you're the photographer. They said it couldn't be done. Fools. I was invited, you see. Remember to flash your invitation at every possible opportunity, lest your authority and importance be brought into question. Invited to freeze these frigid moments in time. No. Extremely common mistake. No. I am the preeminent portraiteur of the Society of Natural Optics. And probably one of the most exceptional in the world. As a young man. Now I am broken and quite lonely. A year ago, I suffered a trauma to my shutter finger that rendered it incapable of capturing these alpine adventures with the required speed and dexterity and agility. I was cast out by the society and asked never to return, not until my reputation was restored. So this here is my shot, and I need to get back down to land so I don't blow it. Which finger? This one. This seems to be working all of a sudden. Fancy that. Oh, you've heard of me? You have? Yes, of course you have. Do you regard me as some sort of athlete? You've read about me. I suppose I am an athlete, in a sense. Fastest straw this side of China. Do it again. You might have missed it. Do you want to count me down? Please give me like a 3. Okay. No hands. And I could have just taken 100 photos. One more time. It's going to be fast. See if you can catch it. I need you to count me down. Yeah. Let's do your first look. Are you ready for your close-up? Mm-hmm. Are you wearing that, It's very nice. It's a little, retro. But it's your body, as they say. Let's frame it. Let's get a bit of mise-en-scène, Let's frame this up nicely. I just want you to move slightly further over to the side there. Slightly that way. Yeah. A scene that's too symmetrical sacrifices depth and presents a sort of false sort of toy box reality. It feels too theatrical, like you could just simply knock down the set behind you. No, so swivel the plane, elongate your body, lean forward, chin up. Stop that. What are you doing? I can appreciate that, but it makes you look ridiculous. Your mouth. What are you doing with your mouth? Is there something wrong with it? You're thirsty. I thought so. I'll find something to wet your whistle, perhaps. That's a curious expression. Wet your whistle. I suppose your mouth can't whistle when it's dry. No, I shouldn't. I'm working. But to you. That fella over there. Do you know him? Yeah. He looks like my granddad. How did he get here? We might all be related, somewhere, at some point, somewhere down the line. I was pleased, to be invited to the Alpine pursuit. Few possess the skills to successfully traverse the perilous stops. And on reflection, I'm not sure that I should have gone down the slopes. They say the photographers shouldn't compete. But who can resist feeling the snow beneath your feet for a couple of glorious minutes? Wind whistling through your hair, exposing a man in his 30s for just how balding he really is. I can't even remember getting onto the gondola dizzying whirlwind, as you know. This trip is awfully long. When do we get off? I won't have that drink, actually. Let's stay here a while. Do we have to get off yet? We can stay here a while. Come on. What do you like? Do you like music? Music's good, I suppose. What do you find good about music? I mean, no, what? What sort of music? What musics? Oldie but a goodie. Good. Tell me more about yourself. That is your mission, should you choose to accept it. It will be good to have you back in the society, comrade. Good luck. And we look forward to welcoming you to St. Moritz. Sincerely, your representative from the Society of Natural Optics.
Over the last 3.5 years, the pursuit to tour some of the most exclusive properties has led us to unique places all around the world. And this week's video is no exception. Located in Cap Ferret, a small town right in the heart of the French Riviera, this contemporary glass and steel home was designed by the world-renowned architect John Noel. It features 595 square meters of interior space, spanning over a 4,077 square meter plot, and now on the market for 52.5 million euros. The design of this property is really unique, and that's why on this tour I'll go into extensive detail to talk about the architectural lines and the story of this stunning property. Lastly, before we start, I want to give big thanks to the listing brokerage, my grandsons, for making this video possible. And now, let's begin our tour. Welcome to this incredible property. We're currently in the garage right now, and I want to talk about the outside for a second. We have a cobblestone driveway that brings you to the garage, and this same driveway also brings you to the gates that opens up to an additional outdoor parking area, which I will cover later in the tour. Now, the reason we're starting our tour here is the fact that this is the entry of this property. Now, we are on a steep lot and houses multiple elevations, and from the street level we have these garage doors open up and you pull up to the space here. Although it's your garage, it's designed as this exquisite entry for this property. On my right hand side you can park 2 cars, and on my left hand side you can park additional 2 cars. Above me we have a skylight bringing natural light to the space, and if you look at each side you can see that elevation is quite high, meaning you can get a car elevator here and stack more cars. In total, you can accommodate 6 to 8 cars here very, very comfortably. Now, floors are all polished concrete. They're also heated. We have built-in speakers here, beautiful mood lighting, seating area on this side. And let's just say that when you enter your property, let's assume that you don't want to see any cars. Push of a button, you can drop down the curtains, hide all the cars. That way, when this garage door opens up, you have this clean, minimalist walkway that takes you to the entry of this property. Now, this is where it gets really, really interesting. Push of a button, you open up this motorized door, and it takes you to this long hallway. And check this out, we have this gorgeous sequence lighting that lights up as you walk towards the elevator. I mean, I feel like Batman walking in this hallway. It's pretty awesome, huh?
You kind of look like Bruce Wayne in that black suit also.
There you go. I'll take that as a compliment. And we have the main elevator here. Now, let's go to the 2nd floor so we can check out the common areas. Now, this level is the heart of this home. We have this hallway that takes us to 3 guest rooms. And coming this way, we have the kitchen on my left, formal dining area, sliding glass doors opening up to these amazing views. And look at the volume here. This space is phenomenal. The structure of the home is built out of concrete, stainless steel, and glass. And when I say glass, it's on the roof, it's on the walls, it's around the perimeter of this property, and this is unlike anything I've ever seen before. I love the connectivity to the outdoors. You can see the sky, you can see the gardens, sliding glass doors opening up to these breathtaking views. This is incredible.
Yeah, this might be like the most futuristic and the most modern house we've ever toured, but at the same time, there's like these rocks and there's these outdoor areas and there's all these things that kind of soften the edge of it, you know?
Beautiful natural textures.
Yeah.
All right, before we tour here, I actually want to take everybody outside. We have these tin profile sliding glass doors opening up, seamless transition. We have a small deck area here, and look at these views. Welcome to Cap Ferret. Down below is the Bay of Villefranche. We've been here before, last year, and Cap Ferret kind of caught our attention then. And being able to experience it from a property like this, it's just different. It's on another level.
Yeah, last year we just drove through it and we were like, we would love to tour a
Well,
house
we
here.
shot a yacht outside of Cap Ferret.
Around the corner, but we saw a lot of nice houses here, and I don't think we could have gotten a better first home here to shoot.
Absolutely. I'm really excited for this tour. Now, let's go back in so we can continue our tour with some of the spaces. And I'm going to talk about the architectural details as much as possible throughout the tour as well. Welcome to the kitchen, designed by Arc Linea. Stainless steel throughout, just like the rest of the structure. Very seamless, has that commercial look. Island is here with bar seating, pendant lights above. Then you have your base cabinets on this side, diagonal cooktop, melee oven down below, upper cabinets, more built-ins, fridge and freezer. Overall, very minimalist. And I just love how much natural light it gets because above us we have the glass roof. And because these are stainless steel fronts, it just reflects the light and makes the space even brighter.
Yeah, there's like no dark spaces here.
No whatsoever. All right, let's continue. Other side. Formal dining room. It's all open, beautiful solid wood table, leather wrapped chairs, seating for 8, very minimalist, chandelier or a pendant light above, and all the pieces here, the furniture, art, is all curated for this house. The property just has a very, very distinct look. Like I said, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before. Now, let's go outside. Another seamless transition. Sliding glass doors open up here. This is where we have the outdoor dining area. Following this way, you have this small lawn space, super private. Landscaping looks beautiful. And I really appreciate that each one of the levels that we have on this house, they all get outdoor spaces. No matter which floor you're on, it's just really nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of gardens, and like I said, it's like extremely modern, but there's all these kind of outdoor textures and elements to kind of soften everything up, you know?
Exactly. Landscaping just wraps the house. So even this is very modern structure, it blends into the hillside so beautifully. If you look at this house from the sea, you can hardly see it because it's covered with vines and landscaping. And Mikey, I need you to come to this side because I'm gonna get really nerdy here. I'm gonna talk about a really, really cool architectural detail or two. Number one, we have rain chains. We see this detail in mid-century modern homes a lot. Instead of using bulky gutters, you run these chains from your scuppers. That way, when it rains, water just runs on these chains. Super cool. Number two, instead of a metal overhang, I've never seen this before. They have glass overhangs on the roof to protect the sliding glass doors and windows. I mean, this is stunning. And I know the structure looks very minimalist and kind of, I guess, simple from this angle or inside. But designing a home like this, knowing that you have glass on the front, glass on the roof, and glass on the sides, you have to run your utilities, electrical lines, waterproof and weatherproof the house. It's so difficult. And I'm just in shock that they managed to design it this minimalist while functioning and keeping all these qualities and utilities in mind.
Yeah, it's really, really awesome.
Incredible. All right, let's continue our tour. So that's it for the common areas on the second floor. We showed the front deck, that's the side deck. Now we have the main staircase here going up to the third floor. And this is where we have the living room, multiple seating areas. Let's start with this one. 2 massive couches, few chairs, gorgeous solid wood coffee table in the center, glass roof above us, sliding glass doors open up to these phenomenal views. Another detail I want to point out, we have these stainless steel set back columns allowing these sliding glass doors to open up on each side. And imagine if we had this column right here positioned on this side, you won't be able to have sliding glass doors. You would need accordion doors. That way you can kind of stack them, but it's not the same. It's a little bit more free. It's a little bit more seamless this way. You have a Juliet balcony and you have these views. What else you need?
Yeah, really incredible. I actually like the columns. They look really cool.
Add up to the mid-century modern kind of vibe to this house.
Yeah.
Now, another detail I want to point out, Mikey, can we pan up to the ceiling? We have these stainless steel strings on top of the roof assembly, and that's where they have these plants. I don't know the name of these plants, but they don't require any watering. They just stay alive and give a little shade and protection over the entire glass assembly. And today is not super, super sunny, but on a sunny day, they just cast this beautiful shadow over the space. It just looks very interesting.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a lot of these as we walk through. If y'all know what these are called, I'm genuinely curious. So.
Let us know in the comment section.
Yeah.
To be honest, the developer yesterday told me, but I forgot the name. So I'm trying to remember a lot of details on this tour, but I unfortunately forgot the name of the plant.
If we get any comments from people like, Ennis doesn't know the plant names, you know.
Just let us know in the comment section. I'm admitting it.
Don't challenge them.
All right, let's continue. Don't make me start learning all the names of the plants as well.
Exactly.
We have recessed-in AC diffusers and recessed-in plugs. And like I mentioned earlier, since we have glass walls, you need space to run your utilities. And in this case, they put all the AC ducts and your electrical lines into the floors. Coming this way, we have sliding glass doors opening up. And this is the outdoor space that we have on this level. Again, very intimate, very quiet. Sometimes we get these properties with big acreages and it's nice to have all that outdoor space, but sometimes it feels nice to have an intimate setup like this where you have beautiful landscaping. It's just very private. You have great views to accompany this space. It's super nice.
Yeah, you have small outdoor areas and large outdoor areas here. We haven't seen the large ones yet. We'll see those in a little bit.
Throughout all levels also.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a type of property that you don't want to wear shoes. Although I'm wearing shoes because I'm I'm wearing a suit. If I lived in this house, I'll walk around barefoot all the time, whether I'm indoors or outdoors. Now, let's go back in so we can go toward the other side of the living room. Now, between the two seating areas, we have this opening taking us to the storage closet. And within this room, we also have a powder bathroom and your future wine cellar, meaning you have the space for it, but it's currently not finished. Now, a couple more details about this property. It took the developer 6 years to build this property. It was completed last year. And it's not an easy process to build a house like this because we're on a very, very steep lot. It's definitely a good sized lot. And they did a great job utilizing all the levels that they terraced and tapered to build as many outdoor spaces and indoor spaces as possible. But it's a very challenging project to pull off. Jean Nouveau was the architect of this home. He's a world-renowned French architect. He has designed and built several beautiful and famous buildings throughout the world, some of them being the Louvre in Abu Dhabi, One Central Park in Australia, and 53 West 53rd in New York City. We actually toured a full-floor residence on that building, and it was incredible.
Yeah, that was our first trip to New York, and that was a beautiful apartment. Yeah.
Year and a half, 2 years ago. If you haven't watched the video, link in the description, make sure to check it out. Regardless, Jean Nouveau does phenomenal work, and he designed this incredible estate. Now, we're at the second part of the living room. We have another minimalist seating area, coffee table, pop-up TV on this side. That way, you can leave it open like this, enjoy the views, or push of a button. You have your TV here, just elevated seating, beautiful glass roof above you. I'm sure it's an experience sitting down here, watching a TV or watching the sky.
Yeah, and to Ines' right here is where the sun sets, so I'm sure you get some beautiful sunsets. Hopefully we see one tonight.
Absolutely. Also, this property is west facing. Throughout the day, it gets phenomenal natural light. It's a little hazy today. It's a little cloudy, but normally, I was actually here yesterday, and this house was full of light. But yeah, it's nice to have a glass roof above you. Now, let's continue. This is where we have the glass elevator, super modern, starts from the ground level and comes up to this level, which is the third floor. Behind that, we have a small indoor garden. Sliding glass doors open up. This walkway takes you to the main backyard. We have a small table set up here, informal dining area, and then motorized sliding glass doors open up to an outdoor staircase that takes you to the fourth floor of this property. Now, I want to take a moment to explain the levels of this house. We started in the garage, which is the ground level. Then you have the first floor that houses the primary bedroom suite. Second floor is where we have the kitchen, outdoor seating, and all the guest quarters. Third floor, which is the floor that we're on right now, living room, and it leads you to your backyard where we have the infinity edge pool. And then you have fourth and fifth levels, which are your outdoor terraces. Overall, we're gonna see all these levels. I just wanna mention it because as we go each level, it can get a little confusing, but this is the layout of this property. Now, instead of going this way to tour the backyard, I actually wanna take everybody back to the second floor so we can tour the guest suites. We have this hallway that connects all the bedrooms to each other on this level, hardwood floors. Follow me this way so we can start our tour with the first one. Built-in closets here. This stainless steel door opens up to the first bedroom, and off of the entry we have more built-in closets with these rosewood paneling, and then you walk into the room just like the rest of the house, glass everywhere. On the roof, on the walls, Juliet balcony, sliding glass doors open up. These incredible views, plants above you to provide some extra shade, and right in the center we have the queen size bed, beautiful built-in setup on the back with mood lighting, reading lights on each side, and this stainless steel bed frame was custom designed for this house. In fact, all the furniture in this house was curated for this property, and it comes with the sale of this home, so I wanted to mention that. Now, also, it just started raining, which is super cool. Kind of adds up to the vibe of this property because we have glass throughout. You can see the ceiling and raindrops. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I always love the feeling of going to sleep and hearing the rain like on the rooftop of my house, you know? But now you can actually look up and see it too. It's incredible.
It's funny, the developer yesterday told me that it's awesome to be in this house during rain, and here we are experiencing it. And like we always do, we're gonna continue our tour. We gotta finish this tour. It's a beautiful property.
That's right.
All right, let's go this way. This is where we have the bathroom. Totally open design. We have the Korean vanity here, rosewood cabinetry below, more wood lighting, chrome fixtures, and this semi-transparent glass wall separates the walk-in shower. It's also all clad with Korean as well. Rain head, chrome fixtures, water closet on the other side, and I really like that you have these massive glass panes looking out to the smaller gardens. That way, even in these smaller guest rooms, you get the outdoor feel. You get to feel like you're not living in a glass or a modern home. You're living in nature, which is just incredible. Now, let's continue. Back to the hallway. We have 2 more guest rooms to see. Coming here, we have a sliding glass doors opening up with a small garden between the bedrooms. This staircase takes you up to the 3rd floor where we have the pool area, which we'll see in a bit. And coming here, the door on my left opens up to the 2nd guest room. This one is a little bit bigger, comes with a queen size bed, seating area on this side, light, bright, open, another set of sliding glass doors, beautiful views, full bathroom here with a walk-in shower, open vanity, towel heaters, plastered walls. It's just really nice, and also big thanks to my grandsons for making this tour possible. They always have the best listings. And here we are in Caporet, looking at these views. I really like this area.
Yeah.
I think I'm mentioning it way too often now.
Yeah, I'm feeling almost a little bit heartsick looking out over the water, and like especially in the rain. Like, I'd love to just sit here and read a book or something. And
it's also unfortunate. Tomorrow we're gonna go back to LA, but we're really enjoying this place.
Yeah.
All right, Mikey, can you step back for a second? Look at this stainless steel door right here. That seals off the junior primary bedroom. Now, when you walk in on the right-hand side, we have built-in cabinetry, but this is what's so crazy about the cabinetry here. Check this out. You can move these stainless steel doors. You can move the cabinetry as much as you want and create your configuration. Now, you may ask why you need this. Well, check this out. Come this way. You can leave this section open because this is your walk-in closet. You can stack it on this side and really open your bathroom because this walk-in closet connects straight to your shower. And then on the other side, you have your tub and the vanity. Have you ever seen a walk-in closet setup where you can just move your wardrobes or your stainless steel doors?
I guess if you have that main stainless door blocking it off, this whole space is yours. So it was so seamless, it felt like we were still in the hallway. You know?
No, this whole wing is the junior primary bedroom. And check this out. This is the bathroom, right? I can move this door all the way here, close off the bathroom, or I can just leave it open. That way, from the built-in tub, you can enjoy the views, which is absolutely stunning, just like the rest of the house. All these bathrooms are very minimalist, plaster finish, chrome fixtures, walk-in showers with rain heads, and we have the water closet here, long vanity design with 2 Korean sinks, more chrome fixtures. This opening allows you to enjoy the views even from your vanity. Some LED lighting that borders this mirror, super nice. And now going in, this is where we have the junior primary bedroom itself. King size bed right in the center. Room is very open, gets great light. Another set of thin profile sliding glass doors open up to this small yard, which then leads you to your side yard that is dedicated for the junior primary bedroom. Beautiful space, custom wardrobes with stainless steel sides, hardwood floors, recessed and AC diffusers. We have the same details here. And also I want to mention, all these bedrooms that we just toured, they have sunshades on the outside, meaning above the roof, and then they have sunshades on the inside. So you get the double blackout effect if you really want to close it off. Obviously, we have the vertical sunshades also here. That way you can truly seal off this room and black it out.
Yeah, and if you want to sleep late, you can always totally black out this room and you're good to go.
I agree. And you know what I like? I like the fact that it's double redundant, meaning we have a sunshade on the inside and we have another one on the outside above the roof. Then for the walls, we have a sunshade on the inside and on the outside. That way you can properly black out this room. Now, before we leave, I also want to mention one more thing. Owning or acquiring a property like this is like owning a piece of art. When you look at the location, uniqueness of the lot, house itself, architect's involvement, developer's involvement, and all these qualities coming together makes this house so one of a kind that when you buy it, you feel like you're owning a piece of art. And when you come and stay at a property like this, when you look at these views, every time you walk around, you see the structure, all these finishes and design elements, it makes you feel special. I'm gonna make a weird analogy here. You know, you can buy a Lamborghini, which is a premium car. Let's just assume that's a really nice house. Or you can buy a Pagani. Pagani is a car that's so curated. Every single knob, steering wheel, every single body panel of this vehicle is so unique that it's just not the same. It's a little bit different. It's a tad above.
Curated, almost, you could say.
So curated, and that's why I feel like this house is kind of like a Pagani. It's a one-off. It's so unique. It's so different. It's so out there. And I mean, like, talking about finishes and design elements, we have a glass overhang above us. Then you have this small kind of garden space that takes you to your side yard. It's raining a little bit right now, but we're gonna continue our tour. We have a rain chain here, which is a great mid-century modern element. Every time I see this detail, I always point out. Then you have this incredible, cozy, private space. Throughout the property, we have security cameras everywhere. Every point of this house, we have security cameras and more of these incredible views. We are at such an iconic location. Right above us is the Rothschilds estate in Cap Ferret. Right there, the house on the other side of the hill, in 2019, sold over 200 million euros. This bay is incredible. This is so unique. And again, all these qualities coming together makes this house one of a kind. Now, that's it for the second floor. I want to go back to the third floor so we can check out the pool area. So we're currently at the pool area. We wanted to start from this side and work our way to the house. This staircase comes up from the junior primary bedroom, and the same staircase also takes you down to the detached guest home, which we'll see later. Now, coming back here, we got this beautiful infinity edge pool, 3.5 meters wide, 15 meters long. It's also heated. I like this contemporary finish that we have on the pool. It's not plaster, it's like fine cement. It just gives this pool a very contemporary look. Our views are fantastic. It just stopped raining. Sun is coming up. All the way to Monaco. This coastline is so beautiful. These are some of the most expensive grounds in the world. And in my opinion, these are some of the most beautiful grounds in the world as well.
Yeah, probably one of the most iconic stretches of land in the world. It's the French Riviera. I feel like it's more than any other destination in the world, kind of synonymous with wealth and high class and culture, you know?
Absolutely. And some of these homes that we're seeing right now, the waterfront properties, start around 75 million euros and they can go up 100+ million euros, which is just incredible.
That's wild.
Now, this is your pool area. This pool also has a motorized solar cover, meaning once you have the cover, it helps heat the pool. That way you don't have to pay for the bill. Your pool is at a perfect temperature all the time. Mikey, let's come this way. This is so cool. Right below me is the junior primary bedroom. Next to that is the second guest bedroom that we just toured. You can see the entire glass assembly. Again, we have the plans on these stainless steel strings, and this whole assembly is so unique, the fabrication here. Then you have these tracks that are bolted to the panels here. If you want to clean the glass.
Let's say it's a rainy day.
Exactly. You just put your strap here. You take all these strings out, meaning like you can actually disconnect them. You clean the glass and you put them back on.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. Let's continue. We have the decking space here. That's your outdoor shower right there. This whole yard is beautifully hedged, mature trees around. This staircase comes up from the second floor guest suites hallway. That way you have an easy access. Your guests can come up to this level very easily. This is the roof or the glass assembly for the second guest suite that we toured. Then we have the first guest suite right here. It's nice to see these assemblies separate from each other. This glass overhang detail is truly one of a kind. I've never seen anything like this, and it's just so cool. And then we have the stone walkway here that takes us to the main structure. I also really like that throughout the property we have stone staircases, one on each side, one right in the center, connecting all these levels together and allowing you to enjoy the outdoors as much as possible. Now, we have the sliding glass doors here, back on the third floor living room. Now we're gonna take this staircase here so we can check out the fourth level, which is this incredible garden. Now the fourth and fifth level of this home are gardens. In total, they're around 900 square meters. And you have vegetables, fruits, plants. And it's so contrary to see a space like this where you have the modern house down below and then you come up here, it's a totally different experience. I mean, they have cherry tomatoes here, and I'm gonna give this one a shot. I hope the owners don't get mad at me, but I love cherry tomatoes. That tastes incredible.
It was good. I'll eat one after we stop this clip.
It reminded me of my childhood.
Yeah?
It's like I'm back in Turkey again. Tasted incredible. Come on. They have, I'm gonna call it a bocce court here. They have a name for this in French, but they have the space, and look how tranquil this setup is. Mature trees. Can you imagine sitting down here, reading a book, just disconnecting yourself from the world? And because we're elevated, we get phenomenal views. And then you have these walkways that take you to different parts of this yard or this level. And again, mature trees, vines, different plants, basils, and they even have labels underneath these trees. We have some mint here. This is phenomenal, and it doesn't end here. Above this level, we have another garden. Plants, vegetables, olive trees, banana trees on this side, these walkways. I hope we're doing a good job showing what's like to be here, walking these grounds, breathing this air, and just being here because it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm loving it right now.
Yeah, this is incredible. There's so many herbs out here. I don't think we have time to look at them all. As Ennis said, they're all labeled, and just in this last 20 seconds, we've walked by about 20 different edible herbs, so it's really cool.
It's such an experience to own a property like this. Come up here, grab your own fruit and vegetables, go down to the kitchen and cook and enjoy them. Look at these views. Every detail, every corner is so well thought out. I'm really impressed. And with that, we're done on the top level or the 5th level of this property. Now I want to go all the way to the 1st level so we can check out that incredible primary bedroom suite. We're gonna start from the elevator landing. Beautiful plaster walls. This long hallway with high ceilings takes you to the primary bedroom suite. Now off of the entry, we have the bathroom. Let's go have a quick look. Water closet here with, again, high ceilings, built-in tub out of Korean. Your vanity set up here with 2 sinks, walk-in shower with rain head, and above the walk-in shower, you don't have a ceiling. It's actually all open. Then you have this crazy cabinetry design that separates the bathroom from the bedroom itself. Then we have sliding glass doors opening up to a really nice, small, intimate patio, which then leads you to your backyard on this level. Phenomenal views. I don't want to spoil it. I actually want to take everybody back to the hallway so we can check out the bedroom itself. Obviously, being the primary bedroom, it's super spacious. Hardwood floors, warm textures, seating area here right next to this bookshelf design. King-size bed right in the center, again with a stainless steel frame, recessed and built-in on the back with reading lights, plugs, bedside tables, this curved wall with mood lighting, and we have a really unique art installation right above the bed. And then this king-size bed faces this incredible view. To add up to the modernness and contemporary lines of this home, they designed this dome ceiling effect for the sliding glass doors. These ones are actually motorized, and it just takes you to this covered section here, reflection, angles, fabrication. It kind of channels your views, and it's not your regular square or rectangular opening. It's another different architectural detail. And then space flows you to this side where we have lounging chairs. Your landscaping looks incredible. I mean, look on this side with the plants and hedging. This is the closest point of this property to the water, or at least view-wise. It's fantastic. And then coming this way, primary bedroom suite gets its own pool, 2.5 meters wide, 12.5 meters long, stone coping all around. Again, look at the landscaping. Look how everything just hugs this pool. You have the bathroom on this side, and this level is technically all dedicated to the primary bedroom suite. Now, it gets better. Follow me this way. It doesn't end here because we have another walkway here that we're gonna take, which takes us to the detached guest home. Well, I say detached guest home, but it could be your security quarters or it could be your staff quarters. The staircase on my left-hand side takes you down to another walkway, which then leads you to your outdoor parking space. We talked about that space off of the entry of this property, and following the walkway here, we have the detached guest home right here. We have the sliding glass doors open up, seamless indoor-outdoor flow. This floor has a full kitchen, seating area here, 3 TVs for your security cameras, and then it comes with a full bathroom. And on the second floor, we have a bedroom with another full bathroom, and you can access that bedroom from the second floor of this property. Overall, beautiful detached guest home, or it could be your security quarters. With that, we're done with our tour, and now let's see this place at dusk. Alright everyone, that's it for the tour. Hope you all enjoyed this video. I want to give big thanks to the listing brokerage, McGray & Sons, for making this tour possible. I hope this house lived up to the excitement that I mentioned at the beginning of our walkthrough. And as always, you can find more information about this listing in the description of this video. Lastly, if you enjoyed the tour, give us a like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next week.
This is a day in the life of a Japanese baker. This is Arina, 31 years old, a mother of 2, living in the outskirts of Tokyo in a 3 LDK apartment, and she's just waking up for work. That's Reito, her 2-year-old son, and that's Emma, her 4-year-old daughter. Her husband left early for work, so it's just her and the kids this morning, which is typical for this Japanese family. Oh, that's it? I guess she doesn't have time to waste. First, she makes breakfast for her kids, working quickly as she has a busy day ahead of her. Oh, she's making onigiri rice balls this morning, a fairly common breakfast for Japanese kids. Oh, it's like breakfast in bed, but on the floor. Apparently, the kids prefer this over sitting at the dining table. While the kids are eating, she prepares an onigiri for her husband for when he comes back home for his lunch break. Wait, where's your breakfast? Now she checks their temperature. In Japan, most nurseries these days use a logging app, which requires parents to enter their kids' info such as their temperature, what they ate for dinner and breakfast, and how much they slept. Oh, she's taking her kids to school in a mamachari, meaning mama's bicycle. In Japan, it's common to see 2 child seats attached to a mamachari like this, one in front and the other in the back. Many people in Tokyo don't own a car, and even if they do, this is still a more popular mode of transportation for parents to send their kids to nursery. Even more so these days since the newer ones have electric pedal assist.
Good morning, everyone. I am back with another day in the life. I've got a super fun one for you today. Hopefully, Arina had no problem getting the kids ready this morning, and I think she should be on her bike coming shortly.
Good morning. Did you sleep well? And
This is her bakery, Aripon, named after her, pan meaning bread in Japanese. She opened the shop 5 years ago here in Shinkoiwa together with her mom, and it's quickly become a popular spot among locals. On the busiest time, selling about 800 bread in a day. As soon as Arina arrives, she jumps into the kitchen to start baking, usually taking care of pre-orders and then taking over whatever her mom was baking. That's Arina's mom. What are you doing?
今、菓子パンですね。
Oh, when did you come in?
今日は7時前からですね。
Damn, are you always the first one?
いつも私が一番に来ます。
Nice. So that's a bit later than typical Japanese bakeries. Interestingly, in Japan, 51% of bakeries start working between 3 to 6 a.m. and 27% start as early as 1 to 3 a.m. in order to get the shops ready before opening. Apparently, when Arina's bakery first opened, it was only her and her mom, and Arina had just given birth, so that the two weren't too overwhelmed by long work hours but still could pursue their baking passion. They decided to start from 7 a.m. Nice, she's making curry pan, one of my favorites. You made that curry too?
オリジナルです。野菜の水分で炊いてます。だから味が濃厚で美味しいです。
That sounds phenomenal. Japanese bakeries are known for their unique variety of bread products, quite different to their Western counterparts, with items such as melon pan, anpan, and all kinds of sozai breads. And although rice is a Japanese staple, bread gained popularity during the Meiji period, and in less than 2 centuries, it's become even more popular than rice. Interestingly, recent studies show that the monthly expense of a Japanese household for rice is about 15,000 yen, while bread is about 21,000 yen. Since Arina is the head baker, she works on multiple items all at the same time, while also overseeing and directing the other workers. It's her responsibility to ensure that the shop makes the highest quality bread consistently each and every day. So is there anything you pay close attention to?
パンの味だけじゃなくて、お客さんとのコミュニケーション大事にして、あ、これ買ってよかったなって思ってもらえるように。美味しいパンを作るのはもちろんなんですけどね。
Dope. Growing up, she's always had a passion for cooking, so much so that she enrolled in a specialized food nutrition school focusing on cafe business, as she eventually wanted to start her own restaurant or food-related shop. During her study, she recognized her love for baking, which motivated her to take the next step and get hired at a bakery to gain experience. At 10 a.m., the bakery finally opens, filling the neighborhood with an aroma of their fresh baked goods. Wow, everything is individually wrapped. In Japan, food safety is paramount to showcasing and serving delectable breads. And with Japanese customers equally conscious about cleanliness, it's almost culturally mandatory for breads to be individually wrapped, assuring customers that each piece of bread has been properly handled and no one else has touched it. As their customers purchase their hot out of the oven breads, the kitchen must keep pace with the day's demands. Now she makes her signature shokupan, the bakery's best seller. Shokupan is a Japanese milk bread popular for its milky sweet taste, undeniable moistness, and pillowy cotton candy-like softness, often served as breakfast toast or sandwich bread. Different than traditional white bread, it has a rich, flavorful experience. In Japan, high-end shokupan is quite popular these days, and costs can range between $7 and $20, and despite the price, it's still regularly sold out.
Looks like Anina's gonna be doing her thing over here for just a little bit longer. So while she's doing that, let's see what's cooking up around this place.
Hi, what's that? Oh, is it popular? So, do you like working with your daughter? Well, what's the positive side? Oh no, who usually wins? Hi, so how did you start working here?
家が近くて
you worked at a bakery before?
普通のパン屋さんで働いてました。
Why did you change?
ちょうどコロナがあって、それですごい満員電車に毎日乗ってるんですけど、それがすごいしんどくなっちゃって、家の近くで探してたんです。
Ah, that makes sense. How's it working here?
で、皆さん優しいところが好きです。すごい楽しいです。
Cool. Now she has to make a quick run to the local vegetable shop, and she's literally running. Kinda caught me off guard. As a head baker, she says that her time is limited every day, so she's often running and working quickly to make the best use of her time. Ha! And she's still going. On her way to lunch, she makes a quick stop at a nearby organic cafe to drop off a delivery. It's common practice in Japan for local cafes and restaurants to partner with bakeries to offer their baked goods.
ありがとうございました。
Around 11 a.m., she finally takes a lunch break, but often skips it when the bakery is busy. Luckily, she lives close by, so she can take her lunch at home. And while at home, she not only eats, but also does the house chores like dishes and the laundry that she couldn't finish in the morning. Damn, you're gonna eat all that?
これ1個ぐらい食べるけど、あとは明日の子供の朝ごはんとかおやつにします。
I guess she's having a peanut butter sandwich, fruit, and a latte today. Before she eats, she quickly updates her bakery's Instagram. What are you posting?
アリパンが10月28日にオープンして、毎月28日はアリパンデーで、そういうイベントをやるからそれをアップします。
Cool. It's actually quite common for Japanese restaurants and food businesses to hold such events to build their community of customers by creating seasonal products and unique collaboration items. Arina, what are you gonna do now?
これから戻って明日の仕込みともっとパン作ります。
From now until 5 p.m., she needs to work diligently, working non-stop along with other workers to bake enough bread for the afternoon and evening rushes.
あとあれか、メロンパン。
While she works on the dough, one of her workers makes the bakery's special custard cream. Oh, what was wrong?
もうちょっと火を通してほしかった。
Ah, it needs to have a thicker consistency so it won't leak out of the bread. So what do you check for in the cream?
ツヤと、あとさっき周り白いブツブツがあったけど、今ツヤツヤ。
Since the bakery creates over 60 types of baked goods, some with their own unique fillings, it's critical for Arina to check and give the final sign-off to some of their more delicate recipes. Oh, that's a Udani baking method which originated in Japan. Instead of being cooked, the flour is mixed with boiling liquid, then left to cool down before use, which gelatinizes the starch in the flour, resulting in a more tender bread which stays softer for longer. By the way, what are you thinking about when you're doing that?
今日の晩ご飯のこととか、あとは何が売れてるか見ながら、次何作ろうかなとか。はい。
How's today's sales?
天気いいけど、ちょっと落ち着いてますね。これで、はい、2センチで切ります。
Do you know her?
この踊りを教えてもらった先生です。フラメンコです。
Oh, I see. Arina was actually a ballet dancer for over 20 years and started learning flamenco when she was 18. She hasn't been able to attend lessons much after giving birth, so she's happy to see her teacher. Are you tired? She says that shortly after the bakery opened, she was still recovering from giving birth, but thought she could push through it. Unfortunately, she collapsed from overwork and had to be hospitalized. Since that time, she's been forced to take a more balanced approach to work, family, and her health, despite her tendency to push herself. So, have you ever thought of expanding?
分身ができたら、店舗さんにやりたいんですけど、今は難しい。
Now she hand draws the signage for the bakery's monthly event. Are you done?
終わりました。お迎えに行きます。じゃあお疲れ様です。
Yay, finally done. Now that all the baking is finished for the day, she lets her staff handle the sales counter for the rest of the evening. Before picking up her kids, she needs to buy ingredients for dinner at the Shotengai, aka Shopping Street, by a bakery. It's common for these shopping streets to be right in front of the station and to have a covered ceiling to make it more comfortable for shoppers despite the weather. Oh, they're stopping by a Dagashia, a traditional-style Japanese vintage penny candy shop for kids, often found in quiet local residential areas like this. The snacks and candies sold here usually start from 10 yen, 7 cents, in addition to the prize tickets. Emma's drawing a ticket to win one of the bouncy ball prizes, but she seems upset that she didn't draw the one she wanted. It's tough, huh? Well, I'm glad she's happy now. Before returning home, Arina goes back to the bakery to pick up some bread as the kids usually get hungry before dinner, and they love mommy's bread as well as choosing from the display. It's become an everyday routine for them. Finally home! Oh, and her husband's home before them. While the husband puts the kids in the bath, Arina prepares dinner. Her husband's not always home around this time, but was able to finish early today, which is always a help when it comes to their family's night routine. How was work? Hey, I like the pull-up bar. Can you do it? Yeah. How about 10? Wow, that's hoppy. It's a beer-flavored drink with almost no alcohol. Back in the post-war era, beer was too expensive for most people, so hoppy was created in the Kusochu as a beer substitute. These days, Japanese drink it for fun and as a nostalgic retro experience. Nice! Tonight they're having temaki sushi, a hand-wrapped family-style sushi dinner. I guess Emma's still in training. So it looks like Arina and the family will be having dinner for just a little bit longer, then probably after that go hang out in the living room, play around until probably 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then all of them will go to sleep together. But that's pretty much a day in the life of a Japanese baker. If you guys like this video, help me out and hit that like button. If you want to help support the channel, check out the Tokyo merch. And if you guys want to see more videos like this or anything related to Japan, hit that subscribe button and the bell button. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Want some treats? Oh, you are a big cat. This is Oslo, and he's a 7-year-old ragdoll and Berman mix. I distracted him with some kitty go-gurt, and then I trimmed his murder mitts. Before his bath, I shaved some matting out of his groin. Berman cats are very easygoing and have kind demeanors, which is very similar to the gentle, calm, and sociable ragdoll. But that didn't stop Oslo from flying out of the tub. This is my first time grooming a ragdoll, and I had no idea how gigantic they were. Despite him voicing his displeasure, he was quite well behaved for the blowjob. giant piece of cat with my slipper brush first, and then I moved over to my cat phone. And I'm not too sure how he felt about me shaving off his peppercorns.
We remained friends. This doesn't happen very often.
Good cat. Oh. Today, for our pet of the day, we have 13-year-old Sandy, the Yorkshire Terrier. And she is rocking a pretty sweet hairdo, if I do say so myself. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the outgoing Oslo.
慈しむこと目には見えないもの見ようとする心小さな夢を乗せた手紙をあなたの未来へと 夢から覚めてもまたそばにいる空っぽの体に降り積もる言葉あなたと同じになるまで紡ぎ歩いてゆく
December 2nd, 2001 was a cold, snowy day in Leah, a village in the European country of Georgia. 50 kilometers to the east, among the trees along a nearly impassable mountain road, 3 men were out searching for firewood. It was getting dark when they happened across a bizarre sight. 2 small cylinders that, despite the snowfall, were perfectly uncovered. In fact, underneath each container was a circle of soggy ground that was steaming. It was too late to turn back, so they decided to spend the night in the forest using these curious objects as personal heaters. Soon afterwards, all 3 men would end up in hospitals for up to 2 years, and 1 man never left. This is the true story of the radiological accident in Leah, Georgia. In the early 1980s, the country of Georgia was well on its way to producing the vast majority of its electricity via hydroelectric dams. The Kudoni Dam was under construction, waiting to be connected by radio relay stations to the Nguri Dam a few dozen kilometers away. This remote effort wouldn't have any reliable access to electricity, so in 1983, the Soviet Union, of which Georgia was a member, manufactured 8 radioisotope thermoelectric generators, or RTGs, vessels that carry extremely radioactive sources that can generate electricity through radioactive decay alone. These were to power the remote relay stations. But before the RTGs could be installed, Georgian independence and the fall of the Soviet Union intervened. The Kudoni Dam was temporarily abandoned, as were the 8 sources of incredible radiation. Of the 8 Soviet RTGs, 2 are lost to this day. 2 were recovered in 1998 without incident, 2 more in 1999, again safely. The remaining 2 RTGs were found in 2001, not by soldiers or specialists, but by 3 men looking to stay warm in the snow-covered forests 50 kilometers east of Leah. December 2nd, 2001. 3 Leah men were driving their truck in mountainous terrain made nearly impassable by snowfall. Near the end of the day, their quest for firewood had led them to something out of place. 2 metal cylinders laying on the path in front of them. Unlike the surrounding woods, the ground around these cylinders was snow-free and steaming. Whatever was creating the steam and the heat was invisible. It was around 6 p.m., and it was getting dark. Rather than make the many-hour trek back to Leah, the 3 men decided to make camp in the forest and use the curious cylinders as personal heaters to make it through what would be a frigid night. 1 man picked up a cylinder and dropped it immediately. It was too hot to touch and confusingly heavy for its small size. Instead of abandoning the abandoned devices, the men fashioned a thick wire into something that could move the cylinders without touching them, dragged them to a rocky outcrop that would serve as camp, and lit a fire. The next few hours were uneventful. The men ate dinner and drank vodka, their backs to and touching the Soviet RTGs, still radiating what was to them an unexplainable but beneficial amount of heat. 3 hours later, they all started vomiting. Their stomachs, combined with nausea, dizziness, and headaches, would make for a terrible night's sleep. The next morning, they were exhausted and loaded up only half the firewood they had gathered into their truck. Still not concerned with the invisible heat from the cylinders, 2 of the men made holders to carry them on their backs for hours as they worked. But the men eventually decided to leave the cylinders behind. They navigated the treacherous roads and returned home to Leah. Their symptoms persisted for days, but the men told no one. It wasn't until 3 weeks later, on the 22nd of December, that their families told the local police about their declining conditions. All 3 men were hospitalized the same day. A radioisotope thermoelectric generator is a relatively simple piece of nuclear technology. It only needs 2 things: a source of radioactivity like plutonium and a way to turn decay heat into electricity. Invented in 1954, an RTG uses technology called a thermocouple that, with a difference in temperature across it, generates electricity. It's not a lot of power, but with no moving parts and long fuel half-lives, RTGs are perfect for remote or extreme environments that only need small outputs for very long periods of time. Most RTGs are on spacecraft, or in remote areas like the Arctic. The Soviet Union used RTGs filled with strontium-90 to power uncrewed lighthouses and navigational beacons all across its territory. But when the Union collapsed in 1991, it left behind approximately 1,000 RTGs, most without protection or warning signs. Many of them are still unaccounted for today. A little over a year after the cylinders were first discovered, while the anonymous men were still being treated in hospitals, the International Atomic Energy Agency answered the Georgian government's request for help in recovering what were now known to be 2 abandoned Soviet RTGs. And they got everything on video. This incredible footage, shot by the IAEA in 2002, captures the training that prepared the participants for recovery, the recovery of the RTGs, and the medical consequences of using strontium-90 as a personal space heater. Most stories like this are never shown in this detail publicly, so consider the footage throughout the rest of this video invaluable in both its rarity and its ability to show you how to successfully deal with a radiological incident and its aftermath. By late January 2002, the IAEA had visited the site, examined the overexposed wood gatherers, and come up with a plan. Build a special 5.5-ton lead transport container to hold the 2 radioactive sources, manufacture tools specific for the operation and its location, adapt an old army truck to move the special container, and train 26 individuals and 26 backups in the proper recovery of radioactive sources. This training would be critical, as the RTGs and the strontium-90 inside were so hot that no individual would be allowed to spend more than 40 seconds near them during the entire mission. This was non-negotiable. A whole body dose of 5 sieverts brings with it a 50% chance of death. The radiation emitted at the surface of the sources was almost 5 sieverts per hour. Recovery officially began after IAEA scouting of the area on the 2nd of February 2002. The 18 kilometers the recovery team traveled from a nearby village was a slog of mud, snow, and unmaintained roads that took 3.5 hours to navigate. The path was only passable with the help of a towing tractor provided by local authorities. The agency wanted to avoid these harsh conditions and leave the isolated canisters alone until the spring, where they wouldn't be hurting anybody, but fear from the local population and the government of Georgia pressed them forward. Once on site, the mission would last just an hour, thanks to the strict adherence to the 2 critical principles of nuclear safety. Nuclear physics is complicated, but personal nuclear safety is extremely simple. TDS, time, distance, shielding. Whatever a source is emitting, it's constant, so the less time you spend near it, the less dose you're going to receive. Radioactivity, like light, spreads out in every direction and decreases rapidly with distance, so every meter you're from it matters. Finally, radiation can be attenuated or outright stopped as it passes through matter, so get anything between you and a source. The least time, the most distance, and the most shielding will keep you as safe as possible if you must be near a radioactive source. Simple rules, but powerful. The first time I heard about this principle was from a man who used it to photograph the elephant's foot beneath a Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The second principle of nuclear safety is ALARA, or as low as reasonably achievable. If you have to work with radiation, you endeavor to do all you can through TDS to receive the lowest dose achievable for the work. You don't linger, you don't take chances, you don't do anything that you don't absolutely have to. This is why you see the IAEA-trained workers here literally running away from the sources. When working with something that hot, every meter and every second counts. Once everything was in place, once the calculations were done, the lead container prepped, and the movements of workers according to dose limits planned, recovery commenced. The following is the actual footage of the operation. Listen to the workers call out time limits, point out shielding they can use,
Stay behind the rock.
hear the ticking radiation counters,
Get away, don't, he's gonna run up. Run this way. This way.
notice the steam coming from the sources, still hot enough to melt the surrounding snow. Within just 20 minutes, both sources were contained, an excellent example of how to recover a dangerous orphan source quickly and with severely limited financial and technical resources. No recovery worker received more than 1.16 millisieverts of radiation, less than 10% of the dose you'd get from a CT scan. The mission was a great success, but the 3 men who first found the abandoned generators were not so lucky. After they were hospitalized in the December of 2001, the 3 Leah men, now patients, would be moved around hospitals in Georgia, Russia, and France, and would receive extensive treatment. Patient 3 was the luckiest. He received burns on his legs and hands, but was discharged after only a month of treatment. Patients 1 and 2 would need treatment for up to 2 years. A full-body dose of 10 grays, another unit of absorbed ionizing dose, is 99% fatal. A dose of 6 grays is lethal for 50% of those that receive it, and 5% of people will die after receiving 2 grays. Patients 1 and 2 had received estimated doses between 1 and 6 grays, meaning that any road to recovery could be impassable. Most people know that radiation poisoning can kill, but many aren't aware of just how sinister the not immediately fatal damages can be. Radiation breaks things down on an atomic level, most notably DNA, and changes to the DNA of a cell can lead to cancer, mutation, or impaired function. White blood cells don't fight off infection because...
Brought to you by walled-off tanks.
Dirk, now you're sellotaped to a 800-watt light bulb.
He's having like a mussel and clam stew, but he throws them all in a pot and then turns the water on to boil. And he goes, here I have set up a trap. You must escape before the water boils. But he always intended just to have a stew.
Yeah, exactly. He just watches as they boil because they're fucking like clams. They can't do anything.
Now comes the warm butter.
If you do not escape in 10 seconds, you'll be enveloped in fresh cream which will permeate into your lungs and tongue, rendering you unable to move.
What's an animal you'd like to see in a saw trap?
Sometimes I see those birds that are like, they're usually water birds, and they've got these very long, slender legs. I just think, God, that would be satisfying just to walk over and be like, snap that.
Jesus.
You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't actually want to hurt it, but
like a breadstick.
Yeah, it's kind of, and I'm not going to, but it's kind of like, you know, when your mate is showing off a brand new pencil.
Oh yeah, and you just
and he's like, I love this thing. I've sharpened it perfectly. And you just want to reach over and snap it. In my head, all this stuff is absolutely hilarious. In real life, one time there was this mouse that got caught in a mouse trap at our place, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't finish him, so I had to let him go free in the park.
Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to do that either. I feel like my problem with Saw is, or just any horror movie really, which is another hobby a lot of people seem to love that I just don't understand. People never deserve it.
No.
Which I guess is kind of the point, but when it's like, oh, just some teacher who didn't like appreciate their family enough or something, it's like, this person doesn't deserve to have their like face cut in half.
Yeah, no, that's a sort of lesson that you would learn over the course of a lifetime, to like appreciate your family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that one's gonna work itself out.
You've just given them PTSD. You haven't solved anything.
One time, I Dungeoned and Dragoned.
Okay, interesting. When was this?
I
was invited to do some D&D stuff back in my university days. I showed up on a Saturday. It was about 1 in the afternoon, and we were there until about 7 o'clock, and we had to call it quits at 7 o'clock because the host's mum was coming home then. In that 6 hours, I think we managed to play for about an hour, and then the other 3 hours were spent setting up the game and the other 2 arguing about the rules.
So you had the authentic experience, is what you're saying?
I am amazed that anyone gets to do more than about 15 minutes of gaming per 4-hour session. You got any D&D story? You ever kill a man?
I remember one time I went to a card store to buy some cards, and they were having like their weekly D&D night where like a whole bunch of different tables all set up for people to play D&D.
Yeah.
And there's a guy sitting at one of them who had head to toe full Deadpool merch on.
Oh.
He had a Deadpool hat, he had a Deadpool jumper on. The jeans, I believe, probably just regular jeans, but they were black to fit with the color scheme.
Yeah.
And then he had red and black sneakers, which I don't know if they were Deadpool branded, but they were definitely, continuing the color scheme.
You know what? Maybe it was like a bad coincidence. Like, maybe these are all the things he doesn't usually wear. Because, okay, this happened to me once, right? Somehow, when I was like 11, I think my mum had bought me a camouflage shirt and camouflage shorts. And so, like, my dad, right, he kind of wanted me to be a bit of a snob for some reason when I was a kid, right?
Yeah.
So he used to take me to the driving range all the time. And I remember looking in my closet and going, I don't have anything except this camouflage shirt and these camouflage shorts that I never wear. And so I just had to wear both of those. And so I looked like I was going to the military at age 11. And I remember distinctly, like, we were waiting to go in, and there's these 2 absolute strangers who walk by in the other direction and they salute. And I just died. That's probably what happened to this dude. I think I would like to retire to a small town in Tasmania called Launceston.
Okay.
And one of the reasons is I was there and I was walking around downtown and, oh, neat, looks like a Warhammer store. So I went in and I bought a book, which I never read, and then I went back out and then I walked 2 stores down and then all of a sudden another comic book store.
Okay.
And hey, that's brilliant. There's like 2 of these in a very small town. And then I walked around the corner of the block, and there was like one of those War Games stores right there. It was all within like 100-yard radius. It was brilliant.
I'd love to find like a real nerdy town that you just like, yeah, we're really nerdy, so what?
Yeah, we don't reproduce.
We just make a commune in the highlands of Tasmania, and we just ship in Warhammer and D&D.
Absolutely. And then we set up like a cross between an internet cafe and a deli, but we only let our friends in, and then everybody gets free deli meats, right? And then eventually one of us becomes the mayor. I actually Googled once the current mayor of Launceston, and I thought, you know what? I could at least take this guy in a fight.
Yeah,
Easy.
Which is how they settle the mayorship in Tasmania.
Yeah, that's right. You stand in the middle of the triangle that intersects the 3 War Game stores.
Yeah, and you have the ultimate war game. I've never fucking understood Yu-Gi-Oh! Because half my friends play it, but like you look at one of those cards and it is just a novel, man. It is like...
I have only ever seen the show, and that thing does not seem to have any rules at all.
Yeah, those motherfuckers just making shit up on the fly.
You can't use 2 beast cards in one deck without sacrificing at least a spirit card. You what? Who? When did that happen? And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Immediately does it anyway without sacrificing the spirit card. And then he looks like he's, oh no, Yugi, you've lost all your life points. But then he's like, hold on a minute, I've got the heart of the cards. What does that mean? And then all of a sudden his poor life points come back.
He just pulls out a gun.
Did you ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh?
I did. I was obsessed with it as a kid. But you're right, it has such little bearing on the actual game. I like to imagine the card designers just saw every episode come out and they're just like, fuck, how are we going to keep up with, like, because obviously kids are going to buy the decks being like, I want to do Yuki's cool move.
Blue Eyes White Dragon, please.
I remember as a kid looking up the cards and the descriptions are completely different to the show and being really disappointed. I also think some kids stole my cards, I'm not sure.
I know who it was. It was that goddamn Kaiba.
That goddamn Kaiba came to rural New Zealand and stole my deck that was probably worth $20 maximum.
He held your grandfather to ransom, and he wanted your Dark Wizard card. I think Yugi has the... I don't know if his name is Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Yugi.
His name's Yugi, and then when he turns into the version of him that's trapped in the Millennium Puzzle, he's Yami Yugi.
Forgot about that, the Millennium Puzzle.
Yeah.
Don't forget the Millennium Eye, Yug.
And that's right, there he can like see under Yugi's clothes with it or something.
His facial expression would just change when he goes between the two. He had the most bizarre hair of any anime character I've ever seen. It was like, what is even happening?
Yeah,
with that? It's like
yeah.
3 different colors, and it's almost a pyramid.
At least like most anime characters here, it's like stupid, but you're like, okay, theoretically with enough hair gel, you could make that happen, like clouds here or something.
Yeah.
Like there's just a blonde guy with spiky, like shaped hair. And then Joey's just from Brooklyn for some reason, even though it's like set in Japan.
Yeah. Wasn't this in a video?
Yeah, I also did a video on this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Which you can click on the top right.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't click on that. All right, listen up, Minicudas. I've got your granddad. I'm going to expose him to my gamma radiation card.
I'm gonna play a mountain and tap it and cast lightning bolt on your.
Are you turning Egyptian right now?
You've already done this joke before. Don't make me do blackface.
You're just in denial, Minicudas.
Man, you need to start finding someone else to do these.
All right, thanks for being on. I'll catch you later.
Oh, we'll see you at we got D&D tonight, and then you said you're coming around for Magic tomorrow.
My mum's coming home soon. I gotta go.
We've got Yu-Gi-Oh the day after that, and then we're going to be watching Game of Thrones the day after that. Warhammer, I think, is booked in on Sunday.
I've got some terrible news.
Oh.
This is Historian.
Oh.
Internet Historian's wife.
Oh, okay.
He has died. He won't be able to make any of those appointments. Don't contact this number again.
I'm
Goodbye.
at your door looking at you, though.
Goodbye.
We've been talking face to face.
Time is bereavement.
I'm looking at you.
Do not forget World of Tanks.
In nearly every major category for the past several decades, Texas has always been ranked as only being America's second largest state. When counting by amount of land, Texas has always remained second, sitting in Alaska's gigantic shadow ever since they were admitted as a state back in 1959. There's even a common joke in Alaska that Alaska could be divided in half, and then Texas would get to only be the 3rd largest American state. Then, when counting by amount of people, Texas has also long sat in the shadow of California. The most recent US-wide census in 2020 revealed that at that time, California had around 10 million more people than Texas. And correspondingly, when counting the states by the size of their economies, Texas has once again long sat in second place to California's larger first. But while the gap in size of land between Texas and Alaska can never be filled, the gap in size of people and economy between Texas and California has recently been narrowing rapidly, because for the past 20 plus years, Texas has been growing much more quickly than California has been, and it's been a long time coming. For decades now, Texas has been steadily making its way climbing up the ranks of America's most populous states. Way back in 1960, Texas was only ranked 6th out of America's 50 states by population, behind Ohio, Illinois, Pennsylvania, California, and New York. You see, from the time of the 3rd ever American census taken in 1810 to a century and a half later in 1960, New York constantly remained as America's longest-lasting, most populous, and most influential state. But the pace of American settlers moving to the west and the south to states like California, Texas, and Florida were rapidly picking up pace by the mid-20th century. By the time when the 1970 U.S. Census rolled around, a startling realization was made. For the first time since the 1810 census taken 160 years previously, another state had finally surpassed New York to become America's newest, most populous state, California. It was the very beginning of California's demographic dominance over all the other American states. And for the half a century ever since then, California has continually remained in the top position. By 1990, roughly 12% of all Americans were Californians, a proportion that has remained more or less constant ever since. But California hasn't been the only state experiencing rapid growth over the past half a century. Texas, too, continued adding more and more people and was climbing through the ranks as well, steadily surpassing Ohio, Illinois, and Pennsylvania until finally came the 2000 census, which revealed that Texas had suddenly become the 2nd state since 1810 to surpass the population of New York. For the past 23 years ever since then, it has continually been California and Texas in the number 1 and 2 position for the most populous states. But Texas has been spending these past 23 years growing at a much faster rate than California's been. Back in 2000, when Texas was confirmed by the census as having America's second largest state population for the first time, the state was home to around 20.85 million people, while California had around 33.9 million. Around 13 million more than the Lone Star State. But over the next 20 years, California would only add around 5.6 million additional people to its population to hit its 2020 census-designated population of around 39.5 million. Conversely, Texas added in an additional 8.25 million people over those same 20 years in order to reach its 2020 census-designated population of around 29.1 million. That means that within the first 20 years of the 21st century, the gap in population between the two states had narrowed from 13 million to just 10.4 million. And then it began narrowing even faster after 2020. You see, year after year for California's entire history since being admitted as a state, it knew nothing other than growth and more people calling it home with every passing year. But beginning in 2020, after the COVID-19 pandemic struck the state along with the rest of the world, the previously unthinkable began to happen. For the first time ever, California began to actually lose people. In the 2-year time frame between April of 2020, right after the pandemic gripped the country, to July of 2022, the California state population declined by an estimated 500,000 people. This was due to a variety of factors, as around 700,000 previous California residents left the state over those 2 years, either by moving somewhere else or dying, while only around 200,000 new residents moved into the state to take their places. This exodus of people from California in the early 2020s was indicative of the fact that for the first time in its more than 170-year state history, California further lost an amount of its enormous political power by losing one of its seats in the population-based U.S. House of Representatives, getting downgraded from 53 representatives to only 52, further meaning one less Californian vote in the Electoral College for president. But the situation in Texas since the COVID-19 pandemic began could not be any more different. Over that same 2-year period between April of 2020 and July of 2022, the Texan state population increased by 884,000 people, more than the entire population of San Francisco proper. Relative to California's loss of around 500,000 people, the Texan state population narrowed its gap with California in only 2 years, in nearly the same amount it took an entire decade to accomplish beforehand. As of now, in 2023, California's population is estimated to be sitting at around 39 million people even, while Texas is projected to be sitting at around 31.2 million, a total difference now of fewer than 8 million people. And if the current trends continue on as they have been, then Texas may end up even eclipsing California's population as America's newest most populous state by sometime in the 2040s. The growth in Texas's population has also resulted in an accompanying growth in the state's political power. Conversely to California, Texas gained not only 1, but 2 additional seats in the population-based House of Representatives, from 36 up to 38. Roughly 15% of the number of electoral votes required now to win the American presidency. And perhaps most remarkably, the population explosion in Texas has been very well spread out across the state as well. It seems like pretty much everywhere in Texas has been booming recently. Dallas-Fort Worth, or DFW, a large urban metropolitan area in the north of Texas, has added nearly 1.5 million people to its population just since 2010. With around 7.8 million people now calling it home, DFW is the 4th largest metropolitan area in the entire United States, with more people than the entirety of Washington state. And perhaps even more remarkably, DFW is likely all set to surpass Greater Chicago as America's 3rd largest metropolitan area within only a decade from now, sometime in the mid-2030s, at which point it will only remain behind Los Angeles and New York City. But DFW is far from the only urban area of Texas that has been booming with people recently. Millions more have moved to the state's other major cities in Houston, San Antonio, and Austin, in an emerging, densely populated mega region that is being called the Texas Triangle. The Triangle only takes up less than a quarter of Texas's total land area and is roughly comparable in size to the state of Georgia. And yet, it already contains a population of more than 22 million people. or about 3 out of every 4 Texans. It contains America's 4th, 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th largest cities, and is the 4th most heavily populated mega region in the United States, behind Southern California, the Northeast megalopolis, and the Great Lakes. But by sometime in the 2030s, the Texas Triangle's population is projected to equalize with Southern California's. And unlike those other 2 largest regions in the Northeast and the Great Lakes, the Texas Triangle is
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch, go. Gotta wake up, bitch, get up. Get up, get up.
Oh.
Wakey, wakey, it's time for school.
No.
Come on.
Oh,
School, come on, man.
oh.
Are you ready for school?
I wanna go to school. Meow. Meow. My tummy doesn't feel good. But oh, thank God the time is almost at 24 hours. Oh, it's so close. Fuck. Good morning. Good morning. Uh, I don't eat breakfast, Kiki. I don't want it. I don't want it. No, I don't want it. I said I don't want it. I don't want it. Whoa. Temperature check. I can't check without getting up. But from what I can feel, it's fucking hot. I'm feeling it. Hmm. What did I miss for today? Lazzy was here for 3 minutes. Jufa was here for 20 minutes. Almond was here for like 5 minutes. I can open a window. I just can't open a window while I'm sleeping. Cyber prison. Basic. There's more about the privacy aspect of it. And if I open the window while I'm sleeping, I'll just literally, any car noise, because I'm right next to a road, will wake me up. Hi, boy. There's a boy staring at me. Wow. Boy. Yes, boy. Oh, it's too hot. It's so hot. Oh. I just want to fall back asleep with a little brie head. Oh. He's so cute. Yeah. Temperature gauge says, hold up, 32.7 degrees Celsius. Fuck. That's inside my room. I don't sleep with the window open. So if I did, I'd just wake up every 10 minutes to a car driving by. I have 2 fans on me. I have a ceiling fan and a pedestal fan. It's not the landlord's problem. And to be honest, it's only a problem because of my PC. If I check the temperature outside, if I look at the weather for my area, it is currently 21 degrees Celsius or 69 F. So yeah, it's not so much a house problem. It's a me problem. It's a my PC problem. It's a me running VR chat for 7 hours and 30 minutes in my room problem. Me running a literal space heater of a PC. Yeah, I'm not limiting my CPU power during this subathon. The last thing I want is more instability. Ugh. Nope, Kiki. I'm sick of talking about it, but I just don't have... There's no room. Also, can't get rid of the fly screen. Also, that's gonna have more privacy issues. I'll never be able to close my window and everyone's gonna be able to hear what I'm talking about. Don't particularly want my roommates and my neighbors hearing me talk about cock while I'm in VR chat, you know? Don't have another room to put it in. You actually sleep good this time? I mean, not really, but yeah. Have any Rust dreams? I unironically, holy shit, you just made me remember. Yes, I did. I fucking dreamed of Rust like a loser, holy shit. Buh. Wakey wakey, it's time for school. Good. Good. Good morning. Oh, Gamer's up to sending me new shit. What are they sending me this time? Another 100 servings of lemonade? Just straight up plain lemonade? Okay. Okay, Mr. Gamer subs for today. They just keep sending me free shit. They don't even say anything, I just get an email saying that there's a fucking shipment on the way. Hmm. Good. Good. I might try and undervolt my CPU real quick in the BIOS settings. Oh, when I turn my PC off. Apparently I can just turn on a thing called CPU light mode. Hmm. Is the CPU dark mode? Maybe not. What motherboard do I have? I completely forgot. I think it's Asus. Yeah, it's Asus. Asus. Oh, I'm actually out of water. I can't even hydrate. That's the worst part. I drank all the water when I woke up. Bug. Good. Mm. Man, all this business. I'm like looking up shit. It's spooky and scary. I have an i9 13900K CPU. And I also have an Asus Prime Z790 motherboard. Wow. The Golden Gator community. Buh. Good morning. My CPU is currently at 86 degrees Celsius. I wonder what's heating up my room, guys. I don't know. My GPU? 60 Celsius. My CPU? 86. Something is wrong? No, unfortunately something is not wrong. That's just the i9 13900K, baby. That's how they designed this piece of shit CPU. Epic. No cooler can actually cool it. Epic. Meow. 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 Okay, these two are passed out. Well, I tried to wake him by meowing slightly. It woke up Jaburi over there. She's moving. These two are a little dead. Meow. I'm about to get out of VR. It's too hot. Meow. Alright, I'm getting up. I'm getting up. I'm closing VR chat to goodbye forever. Goodbye forever. Please hold chat. Give me a couple minutes. Ugh. I'm up. Yeah. Ah. Ah. I got some chocolate pudding. It's from the fridge, so it's kind of cold, so it feels nice. Meow. Good morning, Jabari. His tummy does not feel so good. Well, just go poop, forehead. That'll fix it, surely. Can I have some? No. He's all mine. He's all mine. Jabari, you should probably go back to sleep. You joined pretty goddamn late. Nom, nom, nom. How did that work out, Jabari? How? The fridge. Morning, Radiant. I'm simply a Rizlord. Better than me. That's for sure. You can also lower the power limit of your GPU. Oh, no, I don't need to do that. My GPU literally never goes above 60 degrees Celsius. That thing is a beast. The 4090 is a giga chad. Meow, 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 meow. Until extreme tuning. Oh. Then I have to like pick settings and stuff. That sounds scary. I have this like program AI Suite 3. Asus AI Suite 3. And it's got like CPU stuff on it. Is this like, is this thing, right? Which I assume this is just literally a simplified version of power. So you can increase it and power savings goes down and performance goes up. But you can go the other way. Performance go down, power saving go up. It doesn't actually say what the fuck it's doing, but like surely that means like undervolting and not undervolting, you know? Overvolting. Go holy. Ugh. You mean these things right here? These scary looking things? Look at all these things, graphs and values. That looks scary. It's scary as hell. Look at all those numbers. Fucking spooky, man. What did you change? I haven't changed. I haven't changed anything. I ain't fucking touching any of this, man. Does the Intel one just have a simple button? Well, it's currently set to level 3, so I was thinking I was just try at level 2. I don't know if I want to go to level 1. It seems spooky and scary. No. Yeah, see, those are spooky. They're like manually setting stuff. That's spooky. Aki, how am I? Tired. Tired and hot. Yep. Tired and hot. Gug. Reminder, guys. Send in a picture of your VR chat model to me on Twitter, and I'll be rating them in 7 hours from now. For real, for real. No cap. Seven hours from now is when I would normally start streaming. So that makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah. I'll queue up a tweet to remind people. Hi, Lazzy. What's the date today? The 23rd. Alright, bet. You sound dead? I mean, I just woke up, man. Yeah, I'm pretty dead. Just woke up. Ugh, time to launch Rust. Let's go. $22 people on the server right now. What do these people play Rust for a living? Damn. Cringe. Meow. Meow. What if we didn't play Rust? True. True. Fuck my... Listen to how squeaky this fucking chair is, man. It's... I literally slightly move and it's like... Rah! I'm gonna kill my chair. In Rust. Real. If I don't play Rust, what else am I supposed to do? Huh? What else am I supposed to do? And play WoW? No, don't be silly. Out of the Swarm? Good one. Well, it is a good one. It's a good Good one. Arrive on the verge of your final day. You know, I just woke up and there's 24 hours to go, which means this isn't my final day. Tomorrow is going to be my final day. I wake up, the first thing I do is I type meow. Alright, looking good. House is still here. Alright, let's check for any vandalism. Nope, sign's still up. Anything in the mailbox? Nothing in the mailbox, alright. Horses. Only one lived. There's food in the trough! Why did they die? Fucking dumbass horses, man. Jesus. Alright, all's looking well. Sleeping in rust and actually waking up while you slept? Yeah, I know, right? Actual fucking... what the fuck? Alright, back to work, guys. Back. Alright, we got business to attend to. Let's back to work, guys. Come on. Guys, look at my drip, by the way. Look at this drip. Look at this drip. Fucking... God, I'm dripped out. Work. Something you doing? Oh, what? Oh, fuck her then. I mean, not that kind of work. Guys, I played a lot of Warcraft 3 when I was like young. These voice lines are ingrained in my head. Damn, save some drip for us. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Man, I just woke up, man. Fuck. Oh, they hung up immediately. Nice. Alright. Any new phone numbers in the phone book for today? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Fucked up. Please hold. Meow. Me not that kind of work, man. I believe someone called me and then just hung up on me. Some sort of prank call. Crank call. Kinda cringe, guys. cringe.